Do you know what the importance of ESG startups? So these are the most important trends of innovation and sustainability. My name is Bruno Vata Zapelon. I am the Director of Innovation of the Brazil-German Chamber. And before we start our conference today, I would like to say that we will have today speeches in Portuguese and in English. So you can, on YouTube, you can watch the event on the original sound. If you want interpretation into Portuguese or into English, you can choose the simultaneous interpretation. So if you click below, you can see the broadcasting only in English, into English, or only in Portuguese. So, and now we would like to open officially our conference, and we will hear Thomas Tim, Vice President of the German Brazilian Chamber. Good morning, everyone, and congrats for the first day of the conference. Yesterday, we had more than 3,000 participants, and that shows how important innovation and sustainability is. In 2 days, Germany will vote for a new government, and one of the biggest challenges is to balance economical interests and innovation and sustainability. This will define the future of Germany, independently of the government elected. So Chamber is very concerned about these issues. We already got awards in innovation, and in sustainability, we are defending the goals of sustainability. And today we are doing another step in this direction to strengthen the leading position. This is possible because of the engagement of people like Antonio Lacerda, and I will thank him personally because, and also the engagement of Dr. Thomas Schmidt, our Consul General, and Mr. Jefferson Gomes. We are very happy with your participation, and perhaps we can have even more participants than yesterday. So give back to Bruno. Oh, thank you, Mr. Tim. Thank you for your help. Without your support and support of Mr. Lacerda, this event today wouldn't have been possible. And then I would give the floor to Antonio Lacerda, the leader of the Committee of Innovation of the German Brazilian Chamber and Vice President of BASF. Good morning, Bruno. Thank you very much for your kind words. But the team of the Chamber is a very passionate team. And if you're passionate for a topic, so things go well, and the success of this conference is a result of this engagement and this passion, especially of the Committee of Innovation. I always say that ESG, sustainability, today we will really talk a lot about this, green hydrogen, ESG, the SDGs, open innovation, and in the end, we will have the program Startups Connected. And it's very important that you, in your companies, do an alphabetization. So the employees, the clients, the suppliers, they need to know about these topics, very actual topics that we are learning about in our day-to-day life. And it's very important to give this knowledge to everyone in our production chain, our suppliers, the producers, the manufacturers, clients. This is a very passionate topic, and our priority is to work with a focus to get results. And that's the work we do together with the chamber, with the companies, with startups, and together we can make a difference for society. And we, with this work, could build a more just and a more sustainable society. And that's what we want, right, Bruno? Yes, of course, that's it. That's our goal. Our goal is to help companies to serve the most important opportunity and to tackle the challenges, and have people like you and companies like BASF is very important to reach our goals. Thank you very much, Antonio Lacerda. And I would like to give the floor to Jefferson Gomez. He's superintendent of technology and innovation. We have of Senai. We have a lot of projects together. So Jefferson, well, first of all, it's an honor to participate in this event with the German community, and my company has a good relationship with Fraunhofer Society, and that's where I did my PhD at Technical University at Aachen, and therefore I'm very honored. But I came back as CNE with this ESG agenda, and there are some classical factors. You talked about green hydrogen. Our economy accelerated as it is, because we know we have a huge acceleration. Our industry is responsible for 20% of the GDP. But let's just see this value. Brazilian industry uses 40% of the energy in Brazil. Brazilian industry consumes 27% of the water here in Brazil. So renewable energies, because we have a country that when we have rain, we have renewable energy from water, and when it's not raining, we have renewable energy from wind and solar power. So really, I believe this is a country where we have a lot of energy, but energy is just one point. The second point is nourishment. We need sustainable agriculture, and there we need a technical discussion. And we need to stop separating agriculture and industry. We have just one environment. We have a lot of poultry, and the life cycle of poultry is 45 days. We need 1.6 kilo corn to have 1 kilo chicken. So for one chicken, 3 kilo corn. We need 36 tons of corn every day just to feed chickens. And they need logistics and a lot of technology. So when we think about the transportation of the corn between the field and the chickens, we lose a lot. But we need to produce the nourishment not only for the chickens, we need to produce for the whole population, and we need to look also at the sustainable agriculture. So it's easy to talk about the goals, but it's so difficult to tackle the problems of sustainable goals. So Brazil has only 16% of the population has a university degrees, and in Germany, 55% of the population, they have a technical education before they go into university. Here in Brazil, 9% only. So we have a lot to do in terms of education, and that's it, Bruno. Everything, and even the startups, almost every product comes with glass, polymers, and metals, and that's how our society works. If we to have 1 kilo, it's worth $5. When your car, 25 to $40 every kilo. A smartphone is worth $5,000, and a satellite is worth $55,000 a kilo. So if I take the cell phone, the satellite, if I put everything in the garbage, we will have $5. So capacity of innovation is the capacity of educating the people. Jefferson, thank you very much. It's not our first contact, and as a good German, I love your pragmatism and I love your explanation based on numbers. So you made clear why we're talking about this, why we're talking about sustainability, why we want to add value to our economy. And I'm very happy to know that we are working on the same thing today, and we have a lot of projects in our partnership. And then I would like to give the floor to Mr. Thomas Schmidt, Consul General of the German Republic here in São Paulo. Thank you very much, Bruno. As Thomas Tim already said, parallel to our Congress on Innovation and Sustainability, Germany is in the final days of the election campaign. The race is tight. We are looking forward to the results on Sunday. And at first glance, our election and this Congress have no direct connection with each other. But this is a mistake. In both, the focus is on closely related issues. You can certainly guess what I'm getting at. The question of the sustainability of our economic and technological development. We are going through a learning process. It has led us to profound changes in our thinking and acting in the recent years. We can notice this in our party's election programs. Everywhere, in every document, the topics of sustainability, environmental and climate protection have taken center stage. No serious political party in Germany is free of this. This applies to parties of the left and of the right, and not only in Germany, of course. This is a learning process that goes way beyond. In recent days and weeks, I have often been asked who will win our elections and who will succeed Angela Merkel. She's retiring. I don't answer that with a name. The race is tight, and I'm not a clairvoyant. My answer is abstract. The sustainability approach and the idea of putting environmental and climate protection on equal footing at the center of our economic and social actions. I am very pleased that the work of the AHK, of our German Brazilian Chamber, and the program of our Congress so well reflect this learning process. Here, Germany and Brazil can learn a lot from each other. They are partners that complement each other, and our chamber is the best mechanism to put this into practice in business life. A good example of this is the AHK's contribution to the German-Brazilian economic meetings. Since 1982, they have been organized by CNI and the Federation of German Industries, the BDI. The goal is to deepen the strategic partnership of the two countries. The motto for 2021 is Partnership Brazil-Germany for a Sustainable Future. This year, the meetings will be held virtually on October 18. I confess, I would have preferred to fly to the event that should have been in Salvador, but this will not be possible this year. The Joint Commission for German-Brazilian Economic Cooperation is working in the same context. It is the oldest economic commission that Germany has with another country. In it, government representatives deal with current problems of macroeconomic importance for both sides. This year, it will hold its meeting virtually on October 19. At the moment, we are doing the survey of topic of the member companies. And third, I would like to mention the German-Brazilian Digital Dialogue. This forum of cooperation was launched in March 2021 with the participation of the Brazilian Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovations and the German Economic Ministry, BMWI. The participants have drawn up a concrete action plan for 21 and 22 for the digital sector. The HAK Brazil Germany also played a leading role in this progress. In a practical level, the program Startups Connected is also part of this series and will be the focus at today's work later on. This shows we have the right mechanisms to meet the challenges of our time. Now it's up to us to fill them with the proper content. And this conference contributes to this. Thank you very much. Thank you for the organization, the speakers, and all the participants for their engagement. I wish the second day of the Congress that it should be an effective and successful one. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Thomas Schmidt. Thank you for your help. We're very happy to have you with us. So after the first day, I think we shouldn't tell more about the context. It's very important to talk about innovation and sustainability. I just want to say, make use of this event. We will have a lot of content. We will have speakers. We will have workshop, global pacts, how we can add value to our business with sustainable development goals. And we will have also the matchmaking with the startups that participate on Startups Connected. So you can be here with us until 6 p.m. And I would like to thank also the German Center of Science and Innovation, BASF, to be here. We have a lot of partnership and we will have a lot of events. And without your help, without your partnership, we wouldn't have this huge and nice event with such a lot of content as we do today. So without further ado, we'll come to our first panel, and I will explain. The panels are all the same model. We will start the panel. Each panelist has 5 minutes to introduce his topic, explain his view. Then we will have a discussion moment with the moderator. And in the end, we will open the panel for questions from the audience. So if you have a question, a comment, just put it in the chat or Q&A. In the end of each panel, we will read your questions and ask your question, depending on the time. So, and we will start our first block, impact business. Impact business, what's our goal? What do you want to talk about the next 4 hours? We will talk about the most important sustainability trends in Brazil and worldwide. And this is ESG. This is the responsible supply chain, carbon credit, green hydrogen, and green tax. We will continue the discussion from yesterday, talking about innovation with focus on sustainability. And we start now the first panel about clean tax. And if we talk about clean tax, we're talking about clean technologies, technologies that bring us a positive result for society. And this can diminish our carbon footprint. So we will start the panel. I will be the moderator, happy to do this together with the panelists. And we will have Sergio Jacobsen, CEO of Smart Infrastructure, Luis Antonio Melo, Business Development at ThyssenKrupp, Eduardo Soriano Lousada. He is the Director of the Department of Applied Technologies of the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation from Brazil. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sergio to do the first presentation.
So welcome, Sergio. Please feel at home. Good morning, Bruno. Thank you very much for your invitation. It is a privilege to be here and talk about such a relevant topic for society as a whole, as the clean tax. I'm going to start here and sharing my screen to talk about one of our cases, to bring success cases and Brazilian cases, especially where somehow we were able to reduce our carbon print. I brought the case of Siemens, and this is the building where I am now. It's the building where we have our operations, and using Siemens IoT shear technology for building automation. I believe that you can see my screen over here. Yes. And so I'm going to talk about this building, and I will start about the main objective. So this project started as a project for energy efficiency and CO2 absorption through lighting, through illumination and air conditioning in 2019 with the objective of reducing CO2 footprint, but also with a financial bias, which is the savings of energy. Energy is more expensive, and it was already a problem, the cost of operation, and we continue with the project. So as I mentioned, it was to make illumination automatic, air conditioning, migrate everybody to where we could even buy green energy. And in the aspects of the reduction of the carbon footprint, we included the hybrid vehicles or electrical vehicles that are a point of where we could, and a bicycle parking area for those who were using bicycles. And also we changed a little route in the mid of this project, and I will explain you why. And this system became something to prevent COVID. To prevent and to control a little bit eventual transmissions because the plant didn't stop. And since 2020, we haven't stopped. Almost 500 people every day working. So in terms of technology, what is included in this project? It is an IoT project. So we have here the sensors. These sensors are on the ceiling, almost 1,000 of these, and they can collect luminosity, temperature, presence of people, and they trace this badge, right? There is a Bluetooth that can be with the people on an equipment. So on the map, we can detect where the people are. And they are all connected to the cloud, and through this cloud, we do this screening and this automation. And with this here, the main functionality of switching on and switching off the air conditioning, where we really have people in the room. We don't have that freezing air conditioning in a winter day, and illumination only in that area where the person is. And we see sometimes a building that is fully lit with only one person, right? And this, especially during the pandemics, was essential because some people in the different floors didn't have everything working. On the side of the windows, the bulbs can be off sometimes or even dimmed. And all these things are basic for a system. Here's a picture of the migration of our panels to free energy that we could buy in a renewable way, the green parking with the charger, and the bicycle parking area without a bicycle, just a simulation, of course. And here in the history, this change of route is important to highlight. We started in 2019 focused in energetic efficiency, but then arrived COVID. And because of that, we had an insight on how to use this system to prevent. It was something that we used for eventually have logistic improvements, which was the traceability of people. You can see each of these blue dots here. It's a collaborator in the plant, in the offices, and then we started tracing them or tracking them in real time, of course, with their identities and privacy preserved because of the law of data protection, of course. And what did we accomplish with this system? Through tracking these people throughout the day, when we detected somebody positive for COVID, and in some of our testing campaigns, we were able to know with what other people this positive person had contact for more than 50 minutes, closer than 1.5 meters in the previous days to the test. So in our medical services that has access to the information could do a follow-up in the best way of those people that were surrounding this infected person. So it was an extra functionality. We didn't expect to have it in the initial conception, but it helped a lot to control here. So of course, there were some infections, but the protocols that were being used, they were appropriate. They were the correct protocols. And this was a plus that we obtained here. And not only this, but the heat map that was initially to know how the spaces are being used, where more people are agglomerated, where we can use better logistics to separate people. But after COVID, we use this also for where the cleaning and disinfection should be intensified. You see here the darker red spots is where we have an intense flow of people, where we have to focus more in cleaning, where we have to pay more attention of the safety and health team. So these were applications that were not developed in the beginning, but they came after. And to close, I also have to mention about the savings itself, the savings that came in kilowatt hours, and especially in our carbon footprint. And you can see that in the beginning of the year, to use a fair comparison basis, until March, we had the office operational, but after that, the basis of the conference was with COVID, and the green one after the implementation of the system. You can say that in certain months we had savings, or we do have savings of 70% with this system, with a more rational use of energy. And so either in monetary terms or in terms of CO2 footprint. And this is the case that I wanted to share with you. It was very interesting to see this change in route that we have and to find the new applications for a technology with a different purpose in the beginning. And with this, I close my first with the words. Thank you, Sergio. And I believe that this is fantastic, this case that you brought, because it shows this vision of Siemens as a provider of green technologies and as the user of this technology, again, in the practical case that you brought from your plant. So it was very interesting this way that you showed, and also to show that a company that is a provider is also a user. And now I turn the floor to Mr. Luis Antonio Mario from Thyssen Group, Business Development Manager, a great partner of green hydrogen here for the German Chamber. Thank you once again for coming, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you, Bruno, once again. I'm very happy to join this event in the Chamber, always events of very high level that you promote. The Thyssen Group, I am happy to be invited to this panel of the clean tax, because Thyssen Group is a group that is going through a major transformation in the past years. And it's a major transformation that is expected and desired by a company with an image and a tradition of a company that supplies machines of a big size, solutions for the industry of basis of the big industry, and with a direct relationship with the polluting industry, actually, not that green, but it is a transformation with the objective of showing Thyssen Group as a big clean tech, a company that is focusing its investments and sometimes even removing investments from traditional areas that people know, for instance, the elevators, that we left this area more or less a year ago to focus on solutions and technologies that are sustainable, green technologies, to the same market where we are present. The major industry, the industry of bases of cement, the chemical industry, the steel mill industry, and the automotive industry, where we understand that the impact of green technologies that we can provide for this industry is a major impact. So I am very happy for this invitation, for this special panel. As you mentioned, within a series of technologies that we can provide and make all this big industry cleaner, I have to highlight the green hydrogen. And why the green hydrogen? Yes, because Thyssen Group has currently the best conditions globally to supply big size solutions for the production of green hydrogen, but also because we understand here in Brazil that we have a huge potential for the production of green hydrogen and applications of green hydrogen. In short summary, what green hydrogen is, it's hydrogen, a gas with high energy power that can be produced in a clean way through a process is called water electrolysis, where you would use renewable electrical power from renewable sources like wind, hydroelectric, or solar, to produce this hydrogen gas of a high energy power and with applications of high efficiency on energy, like the fuel cells, for instance, in mobility and transportation. The transportation and mobility, where it's a sector, an industry where the application of green hydrogen is understood as the first impact by the market, both as the technical feasibility and economic feasibility, especially for the major modes of transportation. For the vehicles of private use, not always because the technology of batteries, they are very good, like the Tesla cars, but still the great modes like trucks, buses, diesel locomotives, off-road vehicles used for mining, for instance. The best solution, the technical and economical solution of greater feasibility to transform these modes into a zero carbon emission footprint is the hydrogen, green hydrogen. So I believe that this is a major first impact that the green hydrogen brings of improvement here in the emissions and all this mobilization that currently the world is a path of no return. This adoption of greener technologies, reduction of emissions to meet the pacts of carbon footprint reduction until 2050. And today, ThyssenKrupp, this is what we are trying to focus. We are provider of solutions for the big industry, so that the big industry can rethink their productive processes, changing technologies, and currently of high emission for those green technologies. I highlight green hydrogen because of the great potential here in Brazil, because renewable electric power and a great availability and cheap compared to other markets in other countries. That's it, Bruno. Thank you very much. Thank you, Luis, once again for your presentation. It's very nice to see how ThyssenKrupp is analyzing this topic, clean tech, and has the topic clean tech is in its essence. It's not something new to ThyssenKrupp, but when we talk to German companies, most of them include sustainability in their essence. What happened is that they hadn't given names to things that already for 150 years they do, and have in their portfolio. This is the case of a company like ThyssenKrupp, so it's very nice to know about this part. And now we have our next presentation. Now a discussion from Eduardo Soriano Rosaga from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And please, Eduardo, thank you. We have 5 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thank for the invitation. On behalf of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, I'm going straight to the point. At this point of clean tech here in the ministry has developed a lot. And even when we analyze the ordinance of 2020 that defined the priorities for these technologies, among which smart cities, bioeconomy, the treatment of waste, recycling, and these are natural disasters that are very important, and other technologies. So this already signals that this point of sustainable development is a priority inside our ministry. This is an important point. And in this sense, we have developed with just tackling on some important points. The energetic issue. Brazil has always been a country using renewable energy, especially the electric grid, very renewable. We have been using for biofuels. It's for 100 years already that we use the biofuel for the first time in Brazil. And we are introducing some programs in a federal level, like the Future Fuel Program, that include sets of fuels of low emission. with a very clean lifespan. And we are also structuring the national program of hydrogen that follows the same direction. So this is very important, and this is aligned with those governmental points been worked at the ministry, and focusing more with in energy. With Germany, we already had a renewable energy program specifically for solar energy that uses the heat of the sun and not the luminosity of the sun, because it's a photovoltaic cell. And the idea is to generate heat, and with this heat, you can use it for heating a process or to generate electric power. Another project that is currently being run is the renewable fuels that with Germany specifically, we are having a program in the area of synthesis, using power to action, using renewable energy for the production of the same main inputs, which is the gas of synthesis, that is a mix of hydrogen and CO2 that comes from different sources, even sources for fermentation that produces CO2, or you can use certain productive chains that have their waste with waste that include hydrogen. If you produce biogas, you have a little bit of hydrogen there. When you make it gas, you also have hydrogen. So the idea of the project is to produce plain renewable fuel using chemical synthesis, because in the next year, the commercial aviation and the cargo in aviation is not going to change. Why is it not going to change? Because electrification, it is far ahead. It's experimental aviation of very small size, only 2 or 3 passengers. And the only way of reducing the emissions is actually producing a renewable fuel where you can mix with fossil fuels. So this is one example in a project with German. Other very important points are the waste issue. So waste is a very important raw material for the production of inputs, biomaterials, and this is topic that is very strong here in Brazil. Actually, we already had this here in Brazil, but not in a systematic way. We are programming here major projects in the area of bio inputs for agriculture to replace, for instance, fertilizers, using waste such as the waste from mining that we call agro minerals, for instance, very interesting. And this is an environmental problem, becomes an input. And another point that we are still needing here in Brazil is to understand that some types of use of waste is also an environmental service, but here in Brazil, different from Germany, is not considered, because when you produce biodiesel, 15% of biodiesel here in Brazil is produced with the use of waste. This is an environmental service in addition to producing the biofuel. And sometimes this is not very much considered. Other issues also when it mentioned to added values. We recently introduced a program, a national policy of advanced materials that also includes the point related to biomaterials, another very important point in Brazil, especially because of the major biodiversity. And this is an essential point, and those are products that are getting greater value in the market. And here in Brazil also have programs for smart cities that try to organize the city. And I understand that this is a point of clean tech also, because it's a set of existing technologies that with an arrangement you can transform a city into a cleaner place. And this point of clean tech here in Brazil has been very much encouraged, and especially entrepreneurship with clean techs. We see every week messages that come, emails here, people that come to the ministry to see what is the incentive for these clean tech. So the ministry has a set of tools that, as we say, Minister Marcos Borges mentioned that we are a toolbox, because the set of tools that include any technology, and these points connected to clean technologies, they always find a demand here every week, right? I'm mentioned. And a big development in this area. So this topic of clean techs, of technology for sustainable development, this point of energy is very strong. And more recently, we have studied the offshore wind technologies, because we have a big coastal line, and especially down south in Brazil, and on the north equatorial coast in the Atlantic. This is a technology that can be very important here in Brazil. We have also solar energy, a little bit late, because Brazil is a country that's a bit different. We have many energy options. So sometimes there is a competition among the options, but it's being developed on shore. And now let's see how it behaves, the offshore wind energy. And just a general summary here, in what the 5 minutes that I had, I would like to thank for the invitation, and I am at the disposal to any things that you would like to ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eduardo, for your presentation. And it's very good to understand how Brazil is looking at clean techs. We know that clean techs need a lot of attention, perhaps more than other sectors, and the technological basis is very good. And it's very good to understand how the government is looking at this. And I need to say, as you know, we are organizing this event today, and I am a leader of this area here. Of course, we have a lot of a huge team, and Mr. Lacerda and Mr. Tim, but we had two panels where I invited myself to do the moderation. That's clean techs and open innovation. And why? Clean techs, that's something we are going to do a lot more in our chamber. We have a long history in sustainability and innovation, and we want to put these two topics together. And how can we put the two topics together with clean techs? And the next panel is open innovation. This is also very linked, very connected to our activities. So I'm happy to be here. And I would just tell you, we have history. Together with GIZ, we did a lot of actions in clean techs. We made a study 2 years ago to see the potential of an investment fund for clean techs. I believe in the next 12 months, we are returning to this point, and other activities. Our award, Startups Connect, is a lot of challenges we put are based on green business, green technologies. Just to put this a little bit in a context, and why I'm so keen to be the moderator of this panel, and also to highlight the relationship between the camera and this topic. And one question I would like to put, well, I would like to hear your vision. How do you understand clean text? What do you think would be a definition? Who would like to start? Yes, I can start. Green tech. When we talk about technologies, we also think about hard science, but clean tech can be an attitude too. So clean tech, sometimes we think about the hardware, and sometimes we forget the attitude. So this, you can have recycling technologies and good technologies to recycle plastics if the population is not helping in this process. I believe this is important. So clean tech is a set of technologies and attitudes to diminish, to reduce the impact on the environment. So I think attitude can be policies. That's our day-to-day business. So we need to be green in our day-to-day life. Yeah, I will just go on with your idea, and this is very important. The attitude. We talk a lot about technologies here, but you're right, and I think the companies can go beyond in the attitude because, and also with their commitments. So we talk a lot about the commitment, carbon neutral. We committed our Brazilian company to be carbon neutral in 2025, and we are looking for other goals. And this is a commitment. That's what you said, Soriano. And companies with this attitude can go ahead, and we have a huge power even with the government, because we can change economy in this direction. When we are committed, our whole development is going in this direction. We can choose our suppliers, and so we can create the conscience, because a company has also educational role. I'm 25 years at Siemens, and I learned a lot. So big part of my education was here, and so the policy and the cultural aspects we adopt. So I think, of course, one side of clean tech is to have the technologies, but Soriano was very right talking about the attitudes. Well, I think yes, Soriano humanized the clean tech concept, and that's it really, because we also are very concerned about not being only clean tech on our website, but day-to-day life. So we have our manager and we manage a huge team, and we're very proud of our results of ESG and all the security, everything we provide on our building sites. That's really a holistic. We need to have this holistic vision, not only be a company leading with the big technologies, but it's also very important to see the human part, to have people security on even on the building sites where we put our technologies. So Soriano, I think this was such an important point. Well, that's great. That's interesting to have this. And I'm sorry, I'm not following the questions I gave you before, but let's be flexible. And Soriano, when we look at clean techs, do you believe that the biggest challenge to leverage them, is it a technical challenge or the cultural challenge, like mindset or conscience? So what's the challenge, culture or technology? Where's the bottleneck? Oh, can I start? May I start? Well, in my experience, it's not the technology. The technologies, they are here, they're already on the market. We have all the companies here, they have the technologies. I believe that the challenge is the disruptive business models. We need something different from normal. And perhaps these clean technologies perhaps won't come from one company, one investor that will focus on the implementation of this technology, but I do believe that we will depend more on a consortium, on a group of companies that are interested in being pioneers of this technology to make this business possible. And one example is green hydrogen. This is a very multidisciplinary thing. So we are distributing a green technology. We have the electricity sector, we have a gas. So we need the industry sector and how to handle and how to sell the gas, the implementation, the engineering, the building, the operating the plant, because it's a chemical plant. So there is not one company alone that can be pioneer in this technology. But I see we need a dialogue, and also the government with the regulation, standardization of a new product, not that new, but with a new use, because we're using now for mobility. This needs to be discussed, this needs to be regulated so we can put this in practice. I do believe that this would be the biggest challenge, even more than the technology. That's great. So do you think technology is mature? Yes, and we're going forward. But the most important would be a viable business model, right? How you can put all the players of the chain on the same table. So would you like to compliment? Yes, that's what he said, business model, the value perceived by the client. But I see here in Brazil, we have something like trends. And for example, today, if you go to a restaurant, they don't ask you what meat do you want, what protein. So here in Brazil we have, and here we have technologies, and we see, okay, this product has technologies, and even the term sustainability. Everything you buy, you want to do is sustainable, and that's not true. And we have also the cost aspect. Sometimes people think about CapEx. I have a plant that is more expensive because it's cleaner, but the OPEX, the result, the final result, needs to be put into account too. Because if the companies start to look at this, to start to look at the image, and also image is a very important aspect. But this is very complex. We have companies that are born like this. This would be easier because it's in their DNA. And we see this in German companies, German industry. So this is already in the DNA of a German company. That's part of German entrepreneurship. Today, we have some companies in Brazil that have this attitude, but sometimes they're a little bit opportunistic. I don't know if I'm exaggerating here, but I think that industry and the society, they need to get deep into this process, and they need to understand that for this product, for this clean tech, we need to learn. So if I never start consuming, if I never start paying this little higher price, these products will take longer to be viable. So if I buy a ticket, if you pay $50 more, and then you have a 0.01 economy in fuel. So if everyone pays this, then the fuel is competitive, and we have already clean tech products that are competitive, but we need to expand our clean tech basis, I think. Yes, that's good. This was a very interesting thing. In one of the speeches yesterday, Stefan, Chief Officer of Deutsche Bank here, talked a bit about the impact of ESG on company value, and he showed a lot of relationships when companies show the ESG on their business value and also the stock value. I don't know, Sergio, would you add something on this question? Well, my perspective is very, very similar. And I think the green technology is there, is mature. We really need to get people on board, and the decision is important. The decision sometimes is only in financial aspects and the technological and the path, and sometimes we have this transparency to pay a little bonus to be more green. But I think it's important to put a price on CO2. We have to put a price on the carbon footprint, so then we can force people to think. Because if we only talk about image, this will be difficult. I think valuation, this is changing, already started. We have more people adhering to this, but and also access to financing, finance for ESG. We have more people, more companies deciding in favor of ESG. And this is going to change. Well, this would be my vision, and this would be the important role for transition. Thank you, Sergio. Some weeks ago, we were discussing in our working group about sustainability, and one of the points we heard was exactly this. What's the relationship between investment, the necessary investment to make this possible or no? When we look at the company, will the company focus more on finance or more on attitude? And the traditional companies, of course, they look always at finance. You cannot approve an initiative if you have if it's not profitable. But advanced companies, they can make initiatives viable only looking on the purpose. But most of the companies, they look more on financial criteria. And this discussion was very interesting, because one in our group said, well, in my company, we can justify sustainability and green tech initiatives only with the purpose. We need no financial indicators to convince people. And this person brought a lot of arguments used to, so to say, to sell the sustainability project. And this is very interesting, because in the end, when we talk about image, reputation, relationship with stakeholders, in the middle and long run, they have the results, because ESG and these environmental questions, they have their values. So we can split this in the discussion, but in the end, the global value of the company reflects this. So Sergio, the next question, could you please tell me how sustainability is guiding the engagement of innovation of Siemens? How do we have this in the design? So with new products, do you look at sustainable criteria? Do you think first of the product, or is this goes hand in hand?
Well, Bruno, actually is started with a conception. Today, Siemens introduced even a framework for sustainability. It's an advanced SG. We call it degree, so because we have broader commitments, not only scope 1 or 2, but especially in our design of products, in our line of a future of innovation. And even the people who are thinking 2 or 3 generations of products already in the market, they already have this understanding of the SG, especially on the side of the environment. So Siemens will follow this sustainability approach. And from the very beginning, we are thinking not only on our input, but how can we help our clients thinking on their operations, and so that they can reduce their carbon footprint. This is considered from the very beginning, as I said, is the design 2 or 3 generation before until the end of the life cycle. So how this product, where is this product being disposed of later? Something that sometimes we forget on a second plan. It's not my problem anymore, but yes, we are concerned, especially with a circular economy. How does it return? How can we reuse it somehow? And so from the conception to the end of the lifespan, and even if possible, reusing it. In the case, I can mention the batteries, and Luis Antonio even mentioned in his presentation, it's a technology that is arriving, and the concern is what is going to happen with them. So we are thinking what would be the second life of these batteries, so that we don't face a greater problem in the future. This is my opinion in Bruno here about the conception of the products. Great, Sergio, very interesting, because it follows what Eduardo said. So when the company understands sustainability and places it in the development of the product from the beginning, any action throughout the lifespan is very easy. But then I have a question here, is a curiosity of mine, and not that I don't believe that this applies on ThyssenKrupp, but I would like your opinion. When we analyze Industry 4.0, we always talk about retrofit. What is retrofit? It's get an older machine and you add new technologies to it. You get a machine without connectivity, without any kind of control, and you introduce there some kind of a sensor, some software to be able to collect this data and generate some kind of intelligence or information. So to introduce an API or to get the information of the sensors going to the network, it's just like an old car being renovated. the same basis, the same chassis, with the new pieces of equipment. Do you believe that this retrofit concept can be applied to sustainability issues? For instance, you have a product that does not bring aspects related to sustainability, to the social, environment, economical impacts, but you bring the same retrofit model to the characteristics of the product. What is your understanding? I don't know if I'm traveling too much. No, there is a parallel with what you say with the Industry 4.0, with the green technologies. For instance, this is something that we have been discussing with our clients, especially on the fertilizers side. In the case of hydrogen, it's they use hydrogen more than others in the world, and today, especially coming from natural gas. And we are even discussing what we talk of green revamps. That would be green retrofits. So replace hydrogen from natural gas for green hydrogen and produce ammonia and fertilizers because of this. So this is totally possible of designing for the industry. And the plastics is industry too. You can, in some cases of plastics, replace the raw material that is fossil originated by another raw material that is biochemical originated. It's the case of some plastics like the PLA that you replace and generate a biodegradable plastic. And you can use, let's say, assets from the industry that already exist and that currently produce the fossil-originated plastic, and you use them to make the biodegradable plastic. So it makes all sense what you think, and it is possible. Several cases. I had this question. And this is a very important topic because aviation fuels follow this line. You replace the original source that was the upstream from fossil fuels for a green oil. People call it the Bluetooth. And this is the point. It's very important also for the industries, the development of technologies. Well, you can already use what you have as the industrial basis because it is very easy to us to see a kiln that in a steel mill, you just add hydrogen and change the kiln. But when you make an investment of that size on a kiln for a steel mill industry, these are investments to last 20 to 30 years. Then you have technologies that allow the cleansing. That's why I like very much this term of clean technology. That is, you have a technology that emits a lot, and you go on changing certain parts using the same capital good. Because a capital good you cannot change all of a sudden every 5 or 10 years. So this is a very important point, and the aviation fuel area is an area that is open for this, the replacement of inputs. And in a certain part of the process, for instance, you replace methanol that typically is produced from natural gas, and you produce renewable ethanol, and then you cleanse your plant a little bit. We have thought about this type of solution as a clean tech. You don't knock the kiln down and build another from scratch, because this is unfeasible because of the capex and all the investments on the heavy industry of these base industries that are projected usually for a 15 years lifespan. Any industry of major size, different from an industry of informatics, where we already understand the computer as a commodity. And we also have to analyze this. An interesting point that for me is very interesting, because usually batteries I said, I'm not going to get concerned with the battery because I know that because it is a technological life cycle and the next one will use it. I'm just postponing the problem. And it's something that I haven't thought, that we have to start thinking about the end of the second use, that is the recycling. I cannot just leave the problem for the future. And then you say, that's easy. After I use my battery, I cannot use it in my vehicle, but the electrical industry can use. So I'm going to send my problem to the next neighbor. And the next one will send the problem to whom? Generation after. So sometimes we have to make decisions now. And our grandchildren will say, well, did grandpa said that he only thought on the second use? This was very interesting as a position and very interesting because people talk very little about that. We only want to see if it's recyclable and we leave the problem to the next generation, right? And we forget the recycling. Yes, Eduardo, 2 points very interesting that you mentioned. This installed capacity. We already have an installed capacity in Brazil. We already have plants. We cannot start from scratch. And also the 4.0 industry, right? We see that companies are adopting it, but it's a necessary event. There are several other factors, but one of the criteria, the difficulty is the necessary investment. So to start from scratch is more difficult. And another point that is very interesting that you mentioned is that you have to think on the next link of the chain. Even because when we analyze a chain, even if you are a big company, you are included in the chain. Perhaps you are the next link of somebody else. So this is a genuine, a solidarity approach, because we can be impacted by this kind of mindset as well. I have a question now. Sergio, I don't know if you'd like to mention anything about this point. I don't know, Sergio, now a question following this slide. Do you believe that the case that you showed here from Siemens could be included as a green retrofit, so as to speak, in your plant, because you haven't started from scratch and you use part of the existing technology? Yes, certainly, Bruno. Just one point here, Soriano, on the topic of the second life. We are thinking about the recycling after the second life. We didn't stop there. My grandchildren won't face this problem. So this is solved. So returning to your question, Bruno, I believe that really it can be included like this because we used everything that we had. We called IoT, and the advantage of the wireless IoT is that you don't need to transfer all the cable infrastructure. We used everything. We used the lighting, we used the illumination, the air conditioning system. It's important what you said. You do a retrofit, you throw everything away and start with something new. No, it has to be sustainable. You're fully right. And just to close the topic here of this case, not necessarily this case of efficiency can always be included in the CAPEX. It can be used in new models and also for savings. You use the CAPEX, but what do we find of money in the market so that we can make the savings and then share these savings are models that we are already starting to apply here for our clients. And also linking with yesterday, Sergio mentioned now, and correct me if I'm wrong, they follow a servitization model, right? Because look, I'm going to make this revamp in Siemens. Perhaps I don't need to buy all these new bulbs, to buy all the pieces of equipment for management IoT to have this control. I can have a service contract about on performance, right? That this was very much mentioned yesterday, and this is a difficulty that the other side of the industry have in terms of how to demand, because Sergio brought something very nice talking about sustainability and the savings that you achieve. So this topic, healing tech, is very interesting. We have been discussing this and we moved a little bit too much. We would have a break, but I'm going to skip the break. So I'd like to Eduardo a question. Just to close, Eduardo, what has Brazil been doing to leverage the clean tech sector? Or perhaps if you want to mention the difficulties that you find in your opinion, and what have been done to leverage this agenda? I'm so sorry. I was with my mic on mute. Well, the Ministry of Science and Technology, we have worked a lot on the legal framework of the innovation and with the new provisions to facilitate this topic. An important thing was the legal framework of the startups. This is essential so that this business takes over in a very fast way in Brazil, because this was a problem. The startups, how can you understand them? Because we expect them to find a new kind of business with a very fast investment. And the way they were going, it was a company that was a micro company that all of a sudden became a big company, bringing a lot of problems. So the framework of the state companies is very interesting. And the other point was the amount of projects and the startups program in the innovation environment. So the important point in Brazil is that we are investing a lot in innovation and innovation environments. For instance, I was in the University of Munich on the maker space there, and they have a very interesting model to leverage technologies, for instance, and very fast. Here in Brazil, traditionally more in the past, the incubators, they incubated the companies 2, 3, 4 years. It was a long-term incubation and very slow. We saw in Germany, especially now that I was there, the incubation time is the following, where if you don't produce a results in 4, 6 months, you're out. So this is a very important point too. And in Brazil, we had a few incubators. Now we have many innovation environments. The companies, instead of paying the development, they're looking for startups to make their development, to bring some kind of solution, incubating the startups. I saw this very much when I did a course in Taiwan that were the incubators of incubators, well, that is the accelerators. So they invent so many new terms that I don't know which is the latest, right? But anyhow, the ministry has several programs for entrepreneurship, and this is essential, specific for startups. Some on a general sense, like the Spark that is in all states in Brazil to arise the culture and the interest for entrepreneurship, and more specific programs in the same area. But without the environment of innovation, we need this environment. That is, I remember that I loved very much to do different things, but we had nowhere to do. We did it at the backyard in your house. If you had a shop, you would go there to do it. So the proliferation of these environments is very important. And we in the ministry, we have invested a lot. And even this year, we will have several investments with the licensing of the sectorial funds. I am part and a president of 4 sectorial funds here in the ministry, and we are analyzing this issue of these environments. So to have a development here, I need an interesting legal framework that facilitates this relationships, university, company, startup. I need innovation environments, I need investments in science and technology, and I need also the awareness that innovating is needed. So I cannot continue repeating what I have been doing my whole life. Once I went to a presentation of a company here, and I liked it very much. they said, look, the products that will mature in 5-10 years, I still don't have them and I don't know what they are. And I thought it very interesting. I imagine, what does this mean, right? And I'm talking about 20 years ago, but currently, this is the way we have to innovate, to add value, to provide new functionalities. And for this, we need technologies, digital technologies, materials. We talk enabling technologies, biotechs, photonics, acoustics, advanced materials, biotechnology, and etc. So thank you very much, Eduardo. So we are closing our panel about clean techs. It flew at the time. It was very profitable to analyze even some points that we hadn't imagined. And I thank very much Sergio, Luis Eduardo for joining this discussion. And we meet again shortly in other events. See you. Thank you very much.
So let's talk about our next panel, that's important of ESG for the value chain. When we look at sustainability and ESG, it's not enough to have our own company aligned. The whole value chain needs to follow these principles, because on the contrary, our product, our service won't be according to the ESG principles. And if you look at the new laws in Germany, in Europe, even in Brazil, it's more important to look at the whole value chain when you talk about ESG. And I would like to introduce our moderator, Afonso Lamounier, Vice President of Government Affairs, SAP. We will hear Henrique Paiva, Director of Governmental Relationships in Brazil, Director of Sustainability Latin America of Siemens, Carolina Lert, Superintendent of Business Development, Santander, and Ana Mishi, she's Sustainability Consultant of BASF South America. In the beginning, we will hear a short presentation of each panelist, and Afonso Lamounier is doing the moderation. So let's start with Henrique. Henrique, 5 minutes. You have the floor. Yes, I always hear you're mute. So good morning. Afonso, Ana, Carol, Bruno, thank you very much for your invitation. I'm very happy to be here with you. I think this is a very actual topic, and it's very good to discuss this ESG topic and the value chain here with all these companies, because it's already proven that we have a global trend, that it's not enough to have the challenging or provocative topics, ESG topics, in our own company, only in our own company. We need to look at our responsibility in all the chain, with our suppliers, with also looking at our clients or the suppliers of our suppliers. And in general terms, globally, the CO2 emissions of a company, 74% of the emissions, CO2 emissions, and the participation of this company come from client or from the supply chain. So I believe this already makes it clear that it's really necessary to look at this whole chain. And you gave us already, you said it in the introduction, We have more laws and the governments are looking more at this shared responsibility. And when we look at Germany, we have the law for human rights, and in this responsibility in this value chain. So for companies that export to Germany and companies with more than 3,000 employees. So here we can see that the regulations are increasing, and the European Union brought possible tax, carbon tax for products that are being sent to Europe. So this discussion is innovative, could not be avoided, and we should really pay attention on ESG issues on the whole value chain. And more than that, in recent projects we did with our suppliers, I can give you a number, 71%, they don't have a report of CO2 emissions. So yes, you can see, of course, sometimes the glass is half full or half empty, but this is a huge opportunity we have here. And I think that we should not only help our value chain, we have an agenda that should be built with the front runners, because a lot of suppliers, they supply all the companies that are here. And why shouldn't we work together to influence them? Not in a punitive way, but to do some, to try to develop some awareness, to some education, and make them understand, because they have a smaller operation. So the first point would be to discuss this. I think this is a very important topic for our businesses. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Enrique. Thank you to be here with us again, bringing Siemens vision. And then I would give the floor to Carol from Santander Bank, just to show a little bit, share with us the vision of Santander Bank. Carolina, yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the German Brazilian Chamber, for the opportunity to be here. Enrique, Afonso, and Ana, nice. We already talked some days ago, and I would like to comment on what Enrique said. So supply chain, this is part of our business, and as a financial sector, we have a more broader vision, because truth is we are financing all the productive chain of our clients. So the impact is very huge in this financing area. So we saw in the business and in the discussions with the clients that companies are very interested in thinking how they can put their suppliers on board. The perception is very big that suppliers are part of the business. So the image is a very important aspect. So companies are very concerned, and we saw many events where where the suppliers were involved in scandals, and this reflects. So we need to be careful with our suppliers. We need to look at their engagement, and why not? We can really instead of asking for compliance, we should talk to our suppliers so they can make a difference. And I think companies are changing their mindset. So in the past, the compliance was a big issue, but when we leave the big and middle-sized companies, we have in the small companies other challenges. But we would like to change this and to implement best practices and to foster best practices. We at Santander are working a lot. I can talk also a little bit about our history. We have a huge history of sustainability, and our value chain has a lot to do with technologies and transactions and financial transactions. We work with companies that are more linked at this sector, but not only. We also work with communication, marketing, human resources, and we are in contact with huge costs. But I think we have also the Plano Amazonia. We launched last year together with Itaú and Bradesco the Amazon plan. We want to advance and we want to develop this Amazon. And the first measure is the deforestation and the certification, and therefore we are trying to solve this illegal, all this illegal deforestation on the supply chain of meat. So I think we need to look at those of the big supply chains and sustainable cultures. For example, when we look at the productive change of manioc, of nuts and chocolates. And when we look at the big chocolate companies that are in outside of our country, they look at the sustainable aspect. So we are linked to production chains that start in Brazil and end in Europe or in the US. So this is a great challenge as a financial institution. So there are a lot of things I wanted to share here, but perhaps we can discuss this also later on. Thank you, Carol. This was very interesting to show us the financial aspect, because we know that this impacts on every part of the chain, and every transaction, of course, is based on financial aspects. So for us, it's very important to have the vision of the bank also of this topic, and ESG is highly linked to the financial world. And now I would like to hear Ana Mishi, our big partner, sustainability consultant of BASF South America. Ana, you have 5 minutes, and then Afonso Lamonier can take over as the moderator for the discussion. Thank you, Bruno. Good morning to all colleagues. I'm so happy, so honored to be with you here. And only listening to the first words of Enrique and Carol, I can see we have a very rich panel. So I hope all the audience will be happy. My name is Anna Nishi. I'm working at BASF since 2010, and I started in sales and sales governance. I worked with sustainability, development of suppliers, and I worked in all the segments because the value chain develops with the sector. So we have logistics, we have the machines, equipments, services, raw material. So this is quite complex when we talk about supply chain. What supplies are we talking about? And a little bit about my job at BASF. I'm an economist. I worked as an internal auditor with Uruguay, Chile, Peru, and Ecuador. And I have 2 postgraduate courses. And I'm a consultant for sustainability here for South America now. And that's my role. I want to show sustainable solutions in the whole supply chain. So here we can see in my back, the BASF is a chemical industry founded in 1865. So we are 110 years in Brazil. We have 70,000 suppliers in the whole world. So this is quite complex to develop all the suppliers. And then I will show you a little bit how we do this. So we have 90,000 clients, more than 10,000 employees, and we have more than 241 production units in the whole world. So this is a huge logistic complex. Here in South America, we have 3 production units. This is Guaratinguetá, one you can see. And what are your products? We are in 6 sectors, and some of the products are agriculture defensive. So we have also souvenir and glazour paints, and we have addictive for plastics and polyamide, polyurethane. And so this is really interesting, and how we develop all the value chain and to put the importance of ESG in our value chain. Sustainability is not possible without the whole value chain. So I cannot give a sustainable solution to my final client if I don't have the whole value chain working with me together in sustainable. So the services, a startup with good digital solutions, a good logistic chain in all the segments, and so on. So then I will give back to Afonso for the discussion and also for the next examples. Thank you, Anna. Good morning to all. I'm happy to be here. I'm Afonso Lamonier. I'm at SAP, responsible for government affairs in Latin America, and I would like to thank Bruno's invitation, thank you, the whole team at AHK. This is a very important topic, and I think you were able to choose very well the companies. Here we have 3 specialists, Enrique, Carol, and Anna. So we have the German business here, Siemens and BASF, and we have on the other side a huge bank, and all 3 are very present here in Brazil. So we are not only hearing about the vision that invests in Brazil. SAP is more than 20 years in Brazil, and we invest a lot in this ESG area. In the past, we had a recent research with clients in all Latin America, and we saw that 45% they have already investments in ESG projects, and 48%, so half of the clients, think that this is a fundamental strategy for the companies in the next years. So we invested a lot in this area, and we established a footprint management to help our clients to analyze the carbon footprint in the whole value chain. That's not only part of our strategy, but we help our client. And in this panel, we are going to talk about the central ESG thing. So the acronym was created in 2004, but this is something that is going faster and faster. So we have a huge investment. This is the asset we are talking about of ESG in the whole world. So we are generating value for people, for the society, for our environment, but also for the companies. And that's what we are going to talk about today, value chains. And I would like to just ask some questions. And first question to Anna. Anna talked about the whole value chain, about the impacts, but I would like to know what's the importance to promote ESG concept to the entire value chains. Please, can you please talk a little about and how to leverage ESG along the chain? Can you talk a little bit about your experience?
Sure, Afonso. I believe it's a little bit of what I mentioned in my first answer. That is, you cannot make sustainability or ESG, no matter how you call it, without all the value chain. So the challenges of society, they are very complex. I usually listen in the forum that I participate that this is a mess, this is something else, and then they change the acronym. And how can we develop this in the business community? Because then I have a system like I mentioned. We have 70,000 suppliers at BASF from different industries. One thing is to develop the logistics supply chain. And what are the challenges that we have with this? So when we talk about the transportation industry, how I am concerned and how I developed my chain in terms of emissions, alternative fuels, electrification that we hear a lot now, and new models, new modes, how are all of this related in a globalized world? One is I bring products from Asia, Europe, North America, and I will send them back to all these countries. So this is also unfolded in the service market. In 2019, I went to Switzerland for the World Trade Forum, and what was mentioned there is exactly the service market globally. How is it growing? Because all the digitization, innovation, and even we are virtually here, allowed us to be service renderers from one country to the other. And we have companies here that showed all of this. And even you, how can we see and face all the services that are delivered? And how do I think the service that is delivered from Germany to Brazil, from Brazil to Argentina, and so forth? And the same thing happens with machine and pieces of equipment. So the importance, I believe, is the data, and because of the challenges that we are facing, global warming, that brings implication to all the value chain, biodiversity, human beings, employment, social issues. So now they are getting worse, and we see this worsening of all these issues because of a scenario that goes beyond what a company can control, that are the climate changes that we can influence, but it's out of our control. So how can we leverage finally ESG if I'm talking that everything is very difficult, very complex in different industries? So we need to have a convergence point. How does BSF does this? I will be some examples. The BSF is a founding member of initiatives called Together for Sustainability and so forth. So what is that? It's a network of 31 companies that are from the chemical industry that make an evaluation in ESG criteria based on a global pact metric on responsible care for the suppliers. So this means that we have already a ruler as the chemical industry, a network of 31. Now we can establish a standard of what is expected from the supplier that provides services for the chemical industry. And we go beyond because we know that because of this complexity that I mentioned in this scenario, and this is that I even talked about diversity and inclusion. BASF is also concerned with this in the supply chain. And so currently we access a center called Integrari, which is a non-profitable organization that connects companies where the members are indigenous people, Black people to major buying companies. And with this, we mobilize efforts. We did more than 2 million euros of business with the Integrari companies in 2020, accessed more than 17 companies, and every year we challenge to do more business with these companies. I have many examples here, but I don't want to take the time of the other colleagues, but I'm going to mention them briefly. BSF understand that when through the value chain, we understand this starts with this chain. We buy it responsibly. Then we have to produce efficiently and safely for our production. We also have environmental metrics that meet all the ESG criteria, just as our own target of reaching net zero emissions until 2050, and then other metrics for hydro efficiency metrics, because we are seeing the scarcity of hydro resources here in Brazil effectively, and the energy efficiency programs. And after we build it with sustainability, we have to deliver it with sustainability. And this is a moment when I have to deliver something more sustainable, I have to buy to produce with all these ESG criteria so that I can deliver what here we call the accelerator products that are more sustainable products, one of which I can mention to you is vitamin A itself. There is a piece of information that here in Brazil, only 2020, this comes from the Berlin Free University, more than 150,000 Brazilians were in situation of food vulnerability. This is very serious. So how can I deliver a concrete solution to society with strengthening of food? So vitamin A delivers concretely a more sustainable solution through my value chain. Since the moment I bought it, produced and delivered it in a responsible way. And I have other examples, but I'm going to discuss them throughout our conversation. Thank you. Very interesting. Now I'm going to change gears and I will go to the financial area with a question to Carol. Carol, you mentioned the importance and even made a reference to compliance. And many people say that ESG is the new compliance. Everybody is paying attention on it. But my question, Carol, is something that probably you may be able to elaborate a lot, especially because of the area of Santander. So how can we leverage ESG using financial tools? I would like you to tell us a little bit and connect these ends so that we can have a more encompassing idea. Excellent question. I believe that Santander has a long history in terms of ESG businesses. I was the leader of the sustainable business area for the past 4 years, and we started in 2017 with 3 billion to 27 billion, and we are in 30 billion this year. So the market is growing very strongly in this area. And here in these 30 billion, we have a little bit of everything. I have solar energy for the retail, And here we can even mention a little bit about this, a huge chain of solar energy getting stronger here in Brazil. We have low carbon agriculture connected to different stakeholders, a good engagement of rural growers, and we will have link-ons that are the loans that are tied to strategic targets of the company. This is something we introduced last year. And all the capital markets where we have seen emissions to the market in this topic. So how can the bank leverage the business? The first thing that we learned throughout time is that retail is retail. So if we have the right products for the right segment, this is a case of solar. We started in 2013 with that. Today we are market leaders, some very parallel for the second place company. But we started the business. We believed that solar energy and the photovoltaic was a good business. We developed networks, partnerships, and today in Santander Financing, which is a market leader, we have more than 1,200 partners that are integrators throughout Brazil, which is a business chain for solar happening. And there, the business model is a business model that is very specific because it's directly with the shop owner, with the integrators. It's like this that we sell Santander as a financial partner, bringing to the end user. So this is one mode. And today you can come to any branch and you will be able to make a loan of a solar CDC. If you have a budget in hands, I say, look, I have a budget here with my integrator. If you don't have an integrator, we can appoint one for you. You will bring the financing. We have the line of credit available for you in all the branches of Santander. So specific products in hand to meet the demand in that moment for the client. It is a super important moment because of the energy rates. There is a huge interest in this business. It's growing 30% every month, and we even introduced a new campaign in our network of branches. So it is very big. So when we go to the wholesale, where we are closer to the client, I would say that the preparation of the teams, the commercial teams, this is an important key factor because it's important to see what happened with the big companies. I'm not talking only about the super companies of wholesale. I see companies above 10 million very much prepared to question at least this topic to the financer. And then you get the accountant or even the CFO of the company. The dialogue of sustainability has become a dialogue at this level with the finance department of the company. It's very interesting. And I also believe that we have something there to get prepared ourselves. We are even getting more prepared to be able to dialogue with these entities in the companies about sustainability. But here is to make the accounts, to prove that things can go right, to show the solution, to bring the efficiency. And I don't talk about sustainability in the agro. I talk about responsibility, efficiency, and production. The three words that are very connected with the rural grower, with the agro business. It's sustainability, not just for the sake of it, but because this is a business. And answering very directly your question, I believe that the bank has tried to be a leader here. It's very different when you say, no, I'm here to help you to become more sustainable. No, I am your partner. We are going to transform your business in a more prepared business for the future, something readier for the market that is more and more demanding. So it is this vision, this composition of things is a product. It is a commercial team that is prepared, and we are ready to dialogue and to experience this challenge. Sometimes I cannot answer the challenge of the client. The client calls me and asks me, what am I going to do here? And I say, well, let's try to find an answer together. And this availability of the company, of listening, of building together, this makes a difference. There is no answer for everything, but we look for it. Excellent, Carol. I think very good. Responsible, efficiency, and effective. Perhaps is always the first question that we have to ask our clients and partners. on the value chain. Excellent. And for me, this discussion is great. I am even learning new terms, products, accelerators, solar C2C. I'm going to use this on our discussions here to have good examples. Thank you for sharing. And now I would like to invite Henrique to say some words. I will now that you are my colleague in governmental relationships, and you also wears the hat of sustainability for Siemens, to ask, how does this work in Germany? What best practices do we find there? What is the law of supply chain in Germany? How does it encourage the company to reinforce the environmental accountability? Could you elaborate a little bit about this? You that connect these two worlds, the world of policy and the world of sustainability. Share with us not only this vision, but how Siemens deals with these two worlds, a German company with a strong local presence. Tell us a little bit about this, in your opinion. It is a challenge, Afonso. It is really a challenge on how we adjust the Brazilian reality to the regulations in Germany. And the fact is that this helps us to work a lot in this issue. Because the regulation that you mentioned, it will be in effect as of 2023. And then on, we all become, perhaps Carol not, but all of us here become responsible for all human issues in the value chain, including our suppliers. So I believe that an important point also to raise, and there is a good example, ESG, no matter it's a word spoken everywhere now, it still navigates in an environment that is not new. It's something that we have been talking about since the 87 report, when we stopped talking about the sustainable development. The issues of sustainability are here, present to all of us, and the people that are meeting on the same corridor. So they have been debating on this topic for quite a while. The fact is that the popularization, perhaps, or the democratization of this term ESG is a clear-cut demonstration of the impact that you can have when you influence your value chain. Why is everybody talking about this all of a sudden? Because one of the major size investments happened with this. People started including this in their agenda. They started saying that they were going to analyze their portfolio if they included this topic. And they started, and then Davos came, everybody started talking about this. Pandemics perhaps fostered this a little bit, the discussion of co-responsibility and all these topics. And after that, this brings also, Afonso, this fostering of the regulation about this topic someday. So there is still a lot ahead, especially with the Brazilian reality and standardization about how we analyze the ESG indicators and how this is tied to the governmental agencies, to what extent this dialogue will help all to follow the same route. This is a great point to think about in this interface of regulations, ESG, and analyzing international demands about this. Always remembering that Brazil, as a country, beautiful by nature, has already a grid, an energy grid that's extremely renewable, and we have practices to export to the world that sometimes are not properly conveyed abroad, that we could convey with a different rhetoric and place some more value on this. But in the limits, let me give you a clear example. It's very much discussed the industry of hydrogen in the world. The green hydrogen will be a new commodity that will decarbonize in a certain way those economies that alone cannot decarbonize themselves, that don't have a potential of renewable energies like Brazil. But then we place Brazil's case in this. The marginal cost of renewable energy here in Brazil is so small because of all the chain that we created, either because of financing or of technology, or because the potential itself on the shore offshore. And that places us in such a competitive position that we can arrive in 2050 with the lowest cost for green hydrogen in the world. What will this mean to us? That we won't have to meet not only the energy demand that is in the regulated auctions or demand here in the country, we will be able to meet the green energy demand for the rest of the world. Imagine the size of this, the potential this means in generation of wealth, generation of employment, and even development of people, development of technologies, development of the chain here. And so Brazil is moving fast in terms of the regulation of hydrogen. And we introduced the National Hydrogen Program this year, and we are discussing the PLO 528 is in the market, is being discussed, and this will be discussed before COP26. So the point is trying to make a wrap up of what I mentioned until now. I believe that the regulations internationally are stronger today. They are sharper, more influencing than we have here in Brazil. Brazil could move more towards this and would have advantages doing this, even because of the way how the economy and the potential of the company, of the country for the long term exists. We have to adjust a lot of things. Standardization also will help people to go in the same direction, and then the government could be a big player in this issue. But I believe that no questions, Brazil has a strategic and a competitive position that is huge in terms of potential here and in terms of levering itself with this agenda. I believe I understand this more as a potential for Brazil than as a restriction to our development, right? So as a policy of long term, we should embrace this cause and make this happen because it's better to us. And believe that it's a long issue, Afonso, but I would summarize in a certain way like we are moving in some regulation. Standardization is important, and Brazil could be a good competitive edge here in the world.
Yes, great, Henrique. That's a very interesting point of view, and we should engage to have standardization. We have an opportunity, we shouldn't waste it. I would like to just do a last quick round, and then we can open for questions of the audience. There are some points I consider important to mention. Anna, you said that BASF has an ecosystem of more than 70,000 companies, actors that contribute to the business. Let's say a huge group of entrepreneurs, partners or possible future partners would like to work with BASF. Let me just understand, how do you do this collaborative projects? How do you work in this cooperation in this value chain now and also for the future? If you think about doing business with BASF, how could we proceed? Yes, that's a very nice question, because I can invite everyone to do a collaborative project. We need to invite, and I would like to invite everyone that is listening. You can look for me at LinkedIn, because the first thing is we need to expand our contacts, and we need to invite people in our home. And then we have more structured processes. We have a model I like a lot. I think about the importance of startups in these innovation ecosystems. We're very flexible companies that add value on the chain, and they need to be in this value chain context. And we have the ONONO, our Center of Digital Experiences, and here we have a central for startups. And if startups are listening to us, yesterday we had a talk about venture capital. Look at this talk and then go to NonoBus. And we have mechanisms we already use. Here we have the opportunity to work in a collaborative way, and also to go to the associations. So, for example, the chamber, we have the Committee of Sustainability, of Innovation, and there we can work on topics that are challenges for all of us. So as a coordinator, as a Committee of Sustainability, here we can work with SAP, Siemens, Volkswagen, Voigt, and we can connect with the members of the chamber. There's hundreds. We should use this company associations where we already have working groups. BASF also expects this mindset, and they can access the market and bring ESG solutions in our company, because that's not a responsibility of the sustainability department. And how we do this? At BASF, we have a program called Entrepreneurship in Praxis. We have partnership with Cabral Foundation. We have a lot of employees and we want them to understand how to develop a business model and what's the impact. And all these ideas must be financed. So we have funds to connect with the right partner, with a startup, with a supplier, with a client, whatever partner is available on the market. And these funds, here we have funds for a circular economy, we have a project for shared value, social project, but because to talk to NGOs, how can we get in touch with a non-profit organization or foundation? So here we develop all this chain, because this ecosystem makes this sustainability exist. I have the example for one project here for our conference. BASF, we have a partnership with other companies, some names, they're not all. We are partners with Henkel, Natura, Braskem, and many others in a solution called Chain, using the chain to guarantee the control of the volume of recycled plastics. So we use technology, we have a dialogue in a huge ecosystem, and we are developing the formal market with positive impacts for society. And there's a very good example, very actual. So I'm bringing a lot of examples to understand the different ways to get in touch with BASF. One project was, we had the pandemic, and Carol already said that sustainability and ESG is more urgent, has turned more urgent during the pandemic. And BASF has impact on 1,700,000 lives with actions against the pandemic. And we did this only with partnerships. We transformed the plant of Souvenir to produce sanitizer gel. We had a lot of partners to do the logistics, the distribution, and the volume was 700,000 tons. This is only possible with the cooperation of all the companies, because that's the value chain. And we can give a product for the society with a responsible value chain. And this agenda is connected by the Sustainable Development Goals, talking about partnership. Partnership is very important. We have a whole chapter about the importance of partnerships, and we are founding members of Global Pact of the United Nations. So this is really a key. This SDG is a key for everything we give back to society. Well, and you can do this. Yes, I miss Onono. Onono is not a robot. First, I thought it was I thought it was a robot, but it's not, because it's on the 9th floor. And I was there together with Lacerda, and I miss it a lot. Carol, of course, banks, their core business is money, and that's why we put our investments in your hands. But can you talk a little bit about the vision of Santander Bank and your own vision about products and services, ESG products and services? Are they more expensive? What can we expect as a return for society? Is it a good business? Yes, it's a good business. It's not more expensive. That's history. So I think it's good. We have good taxes for the client, and the loans are a proof of that. So we are giving price benefits for clients with best practices. So if you have a green operation, you have better prices, and that's win-win. So one day, probably everything that's not sustainable will be more expensive. We're working for this when we integrate the carbon prices, the social aspects, and we saw our recent history shows this. And when I think about a huge infrastructure projects, they have also social aspects, and it took a long time to make them possible to indemnization, and it was, and now it's more expensive if you're not sustainable. So we're in the beginning of a movement, and we are talking about finance products, and we always compare. And today I have more success with solar energy. And the secret is with solar energy, they're changing the trading energy with financing. So you just don't need to pay your electricity bill, you pay your financing, your credits. And we are trying to do this logic. If we talk about responsibility, that's it. It's necessary to make sense in the head of people, and financially, and that's to say the story, organic and not organic. We have niches, we have people to buy it, but it's still expensive. So in an economical view, how we built our economy, and in the past we thought we could use our natural resources without end, but today we know, and we have a developing market, we have technology. So solar energy, wind energy, they're the cheapest energies on the market. So not to compare with thermal or hydroelectric energy. So renewable energies are getting cheaper, and we need to be with this change. And it's a challenge also for us. We are all changing, we are all in transformation. The whole ecosystem of fintechs for the clients. So sometimes clients are migrating into these ecosystems, but we are changing too. We are subject to climate stress tests, and on our client portfolio, we have a clearer taxonomy of what is really green, what is really social. So I think we need to be aware, and we need to push the markets in which we believe, and hydrogen, solar, we believe a lot in this market, and we need to help this transition. So it's not more expensive. So this argument is history. So it's not only good for society, it's also could also be good for my money. Oh, thank you, Carol. So unfortunately we are coming to an end. We could talk here the whole day. Last question to Henrique. We talked about collaboration, if it's worth, but we are in a business environment. How can we deal with the risk of ESG on the value chain? As we have you have a huge value chain. How can you deal with the risk? Because it's there. So we have strategic aspects. Can you talk a little bit how you address ESG and risk? Yes, this is linked to the standardization I mentioned before, how the company reports about ESG. So it's natural. Today we have a new word We are living in a new world. What is a new world? We have communication, different ways of communication. We have different influencer. Media is changing, and the adaptation of the organizations, and also what Carol said, the image of the company, the image of the operations, and now we are talking again about greenwashing. So, and perhaps I'm provoking a little bit, but I see greenwashing is back, and this is turns sometimes the sustainability and ESG topics banal. And this can be a path to do this in a more professional way. Companies are learning to deal with the risks in the value chain in a constructive way, and not only in a punitive way. Why constructive? Not only because you see that your supplier is not aligned, you should kick the client off your chain. You should look for a path to develop something together. How can you help this supplier? I think this is a more noble and less punitive attitude. So the transparency of communication is very important, and this you can really put limits that can be adapted. So you do not need to change everything from one day to another, but from 2022 or 2023 on, we have other plans, and how can we adapt, and how can we work with this communication in a very clear way without being redundant. We need a transparent communication. We need to change practices together. I think this is very important to reduce the risks, and also to align this topic in your whole value chain, and to have a development of your value chain in the direction of the values you believe in. So we have a lot to do, but we have a good work to do. And I think one of the key words here would be transparency. Yes, transparency, that's another key word here. We can talk about collaboration and impacts, but transparency, that's really something we need here at ESG. So thank you. Thank you very much, Ana, Carolina, and Enrique. It was a very nice debate. Thank you for the chamber. Thank you for the opportunity. And we talked about almost all the questions also from the audience. And of course, all the speakers will leave their contacts. So if you have a question, just put it in written. Thank you for your participation, and have a nice conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Afonso. Thank you all. Thank you, Ana. Thank you, Carol. And thank you. It was excellent. Thank you very much. So, folks, thank you very much. Thank you, Afonso, for the moderation. It was a very good discussion. We started discussing first about digitization and then sustainable technology. We went a little bit about mindset and business models, and now we landed on this topic for the whole chain, not only for major companies, but also for company of all sizes. So it was very interesting, this journey that we are traveling in terms of sustainability. And with this, folks, following in this line of journey, one topic was always present in these 2 days was carbon credit. So there's no matter what we say, either with innovation, sustainability, or ESG, the point of carbon credit is always present in the discussion. And this is a matter that is not outside of technological evolution. And to tell us a little bit about this, how carbon credit has evolved in the last years, how can we use this and bring technology to this subject. Luis Andaime, founder and CEO of Moss Earth, who was responsible of creating one of the first tokens of carbon credit in the world and using blockchain for this, is here. So it's a pleasure, Luis. You have 15 minutes to tell us more what has been changed with carbon credit. So decades ago, it was a sport, then it went to slow tides, and now it's coming back. What can you share with us? So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry for my voice. I don't have COVID, no, but I was just supporting my team and I shouted too much during the game. If I can share a little bit of the carbon market, we need just 2 or 3 minutes of background to be able to show what we have tokenized and why is this a great advantage in aggregation of credibility, safety, and transparency when we place anything in a blockchain, but especially carbon credit. So we have the carbon market, the global, the world is issuing 50 to 55 billion tons of greenhouse gas effects or carbon equivalent, of which only 12 billion we only offset as human beings, more or less 1/5 of what we issue. To become carbon neutral, the offset has to double or triple, and then the emissions, when they are priced automatically, they would fall down, and we try to decrease this number by half in 2030. It's a high growth market, very interesting, because it has to double or triple to save humanity. And so we are aligned with the salvation of humanity when we are exposed to carbon market. Of these 12 billion, and there are several myths and concepts that are wrong concepts, the carbon credit is not like a physical thing. It's not to adopt a tree, it's not a forest, it's not a wind park. It is an intelligent way of avoiding carbon emissions. Of the 12 billion, 11.9 is a market of allowances, which are the carbon credit in the regulated markets, where you have an up trading that is limited to carbon emission, those who emit more buy from those who emit less. So you have a capital flow from the greater polluters to the smaller polluters. And this is an example of resources flowing through these allowances in Europe, California, from Volts and Ford to Tesla. So this is not so much a carbon credit. So it has the same function, but here the supply comes from companies that pollute less. And you have a minimum market of exclusive growth is where we are, where Moss is, which is a voluntary market. 100 million tons per year, according to our data sources in this sector. And here, once again, contrary to what we understand with the explanation of the media of what is conveyed around the world, reforestation is very small. Most comes from conservation, sorry. These are products follow the protocol red. It is of avoided emission. Half of a tree, if you avoid its being cut, you avoid the carbon that in that trunk on the leaves to reach the atmosphere and to produce a gas emission. And we can place them here because of supply. Brazil is the Saudi Arabia of carbon credit, and he can mention a lot the competitive edge that we have in clean energy. Well, we have a competitive edge in carbon that is huge. Brazil has half of the carbon reserve estimated according to FIO. So in the world, so we have more carbon than the second to the 10th country it placed together. It's a lot of carbon. And of these, we only do 5. There are estimates that we could certify 1.5 billion tons. So 300 times more. And here, as Henrique mentioned, the Brazilian GDP would grow 7% per year with the export of these digital assets that are in carbon credit. You have clean energy, we have the wind park and the solar park and the hydroelectric, and you have other messes in soil, the burning of methane. What has always been the great issue on carbon credit? Because it is a digital asset and because it is in records where we didn't have the blockchain technology, that is where you could not allow the fraudulent change of database, there was a lot of fraud. There was a lot of problems. So they sold who follow up the sector for a longer time, for 10 or 15 years. The sector is present for more than 20. They would sell credit that were non-existent. They would sell the same credit 10,000 times. They would say that they would use credit to offset, but they didn't do anything. And this eroded the credibility of carbon credit because of some rotten apples. And still we see assets in the international media, articles in the international media saying, project S sold credit that was non-existent. And then the credibility goes down the drain. So what we do in ABOS is a business model. I'm going to talk about the technology that we added and we created. We buy carbon credits on the wholesale today with projects of conservation in the Amazon. We invest in those projects with 100 and 150,000 hectares of conservation, right? So they are huge areas, and we add technologies through monitoring in real time and via reading and artificial intelligence of documents. And this certification process, the auditing of carbon credits, it's still very manual. So everything that we digitize, that we process in a digital way that is automated, it makes things more dynamic, cheaper things too. And we can expand the process of certification and to make it in a broader way, to make it more accessible to the projects. Because when historically it is a manual process, I mean, we see people coming from Germany, from the Netherlands and from the United States, wherever they are, wherever the audit company is, and this makes the fixed cost be very high. So we decrease this cost, digitizing the processes, and we place all this information on the blockchain. It seems complicated, but to cryptograph an asset is to codify this asset in a code in a way that is safe. And so if we remember the styles of the Second World War, where they had the codes that the British tried to decodify, and the German had also these codes, and they needed a key to decodify the messages. The blockchain works the same way. The blockchain in English, of course, means that it is a chain of blocks, but the pieces of information, they come in blocks connected by a chain that is only solved through mathematical calculations that require a gigantic computational source. How does it work? You have a series of volunteers, of people that are paid, that are the famous miners, that make available the idle capacity of your computer to create a network of thousands of computers that work as a huge computer, a big mainframe. They are connected in blocks in my computer or in the cloud. And then I'm going to transmit to somebody. The blocks are broken down. They go through this network. This network solves the equation that is very complex, and then it's brought back to another device. And this transmission cannot be hacked. We see, there is the hacking of bitcoins, of crypto actives. It's because they invaded the device of the person, because the person left the password available or vulnerable, so as to speak. But the transmission of these data cannot be hacked. It's not 99.99% of safety, it's 100% of safety. And this creates or adds the credibility for the transmission and record of transitions in blockchain that is very strong. So you have sites currently, such as this one here, from the Ethereum network that is in blockchain. You see our carbon credit that is tokenized to show the price, the amount, and all the transactions that happen. So that situation of selling a credit that is non-existent, of selling 10,000 times the same thing, it's impossible, because it's everything over here, everything open, everything public, and with free access. That's very transparent. This is a big value added point. That is the transparency of the system. That always a lack of this, and always had a great part of skepticism. So we create this token of what represents one carbon credit, that even because those who do a follow-up in this industry for a long time knows that this industry always transactioned on a counter ways, in an opaque way, in a private way. So when we started, I saw this and I said, well, the value generation of using technology, here's an absurd. You had two projects in the Amazon, one at the side of the other, basically the same. One sold to a big company and only was able to sell at $2, and the other one sold to a small company at $10. Why do we have this difference for the same asset? Because the big companies like Apple, Microsoft, Unilever, they were buying directly from the projects. What is the bargain power against a big company? It's null. And the guys sold the projects with very small prices, because they sold when there was a demand, when there was a big company wanting, and not when they wanted. It's not like corn. The corn grower, no matter the size of the grower, or soybean, or any other commodity, the smaller they are, if the price is high, they can sell it, because there are cheap instruments to do so, and futures market, etc., that allow him to sell under the Chicago exchange very fast and quickly. The credit market never had it. Nobody knows the price of the market, because we did some surveys and research, and the greatest source of the price for the voluntary market, it still comes from sources of researchers where the guy calls and say, how are you selling the carbon credit for? What's the credibility of this research, right? And so we wanted to create a transparency in the price formation. And so we started with this token, listed it in the greatest exchange of digital articles in the world, made the great offer of crypto actives, of crypto assets in Latin America in February, in the Bitcoin market, which which is the greatest exchange in Latin America, with 2.2 million clients, 3 million now. And last week or 2 weeks ago, we listed in the Gemini, which is the exchange of the twins that I like in the Facebook, one of the largest with 3 million users. And we are listed in the largest exchanges. This to provide transparency on the price of formation. Today you go there and you see the issuance of $13, $14, and this represents a credit of high quality in the volunteer market. And finally, we are also revolutionizing or creating an important disruption in the global carbon market and in environmental services. And what happens currently, a big company, a German big company, here, for instance, BASF or Siemens, one of these major companies wants to buy carbon credit. They have to call a broker in Germany that will, or in Europe, that will call the broker in São Paulo, that will call the broker in Manaus, that will call to the forest project. They will all interconnect back, and then the German in the sustainable department or the Brazilian will have to go to the forest and to see in person. Everything is manual. We are in 2021. We have more satellites for a square meter of the earth than we need. We don't need to do it like this anymore. So we are creating, and the databases, they are abusive monopolies. So as to say, the custodies and the guardians of the system that maintain the integrity of these transactions, they are institutions that are non-profitable institutions, but they charge very high rates, very high fees. Last year, we negotiated 1 million tons of carbon is 14 cents per transaction, $140,000 for these records. Why for? It should be free. And we are in collaboration with other entities creating what we call with the blockchain, a decentralized autonomous installation. It's an open source system where these transactions will be recorded. And not only we are not going to pay these fees, but if anyone believes the system can be improved, or the certificate, not the certification, but the registration of the credits can be improved by the item XYZ they propose, and through a governance in a more democratic as possible allowed by the blockchain, we make this decision. And this allows us to increase and make the certification cheaper, because it's very expensive. And like this, we can have access when it goes to fixed to digital, the marginal goes to zero. So it will cost the same thing or even nothing, close to nothing, to certify not only an area of 1 hectare or an area of 300,000 hectares. And this to Brazil, because of the potential that we have, the environmental potential that we have, is exclusive. If we can certify carbon credit in blockchain with this state-of-the-art technology, and to make it cheaper, and to speak to the person in the forest. Why do they burn the rainforest? Because it is something that is interesting, right? Because you can have profit with that. So we have to put the forest and the land being more valuable than the land without forest. And to do this, we have to pay for the conservation. The owner or the manager of this forest area. We have to generate yield and profitability via carbon credit or via certification of environment assets like MFTs and the payment of environmental services and other points. There are many things to be done. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and I want to leave the message that the most competitive technology that exists, the edge technologies, is arriving, and we are in the first minute of this 90-minute game. Thank you, everybody.
Muito obrigado, Luiz. Muito obrigado pela sua apresentação. Eu acho que foi muito legal, como você colocou e trouxe muito bem.
Thank you for your presentation. Carbon credit is nothing new. And with our new technologies, we can leverage this topic. We can have a drastic development in the transactions. So we hope that this new trend gets on and we can use it more and more in transactions between companies and also with public policy. Luis, thank you very much, and we will stay in touch. And with that, I would like to give the floor to the next topic, and he's talking about innovation and sustainability. And highlight a little bit how these two topics can get together, so how big companies are connecting these topics and bringing them in the strategies and portfolios. And BASF is a company that has green technologies in her essence, one of the most innovative companies worldwide. That's why I would like to give the floor to Detlef Katz, President, Process Research and Chemical Engineering at BASF. Mr. Detlef Katz, we are very happy to have you here with us. You have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much, and greetings to Sao Paulo and the other conference attendees. I hope you can hear me, and I hope you can see my screen. Thanks, Bruno. It is, of course, a challenge for someone like me, representing BASF, to talk about innovation and sustainability in 15 minutes, but I'll do my very best. And I will pick out of the big topics that we have at hand and try to give you a flavor of how we are set up. So with that said, let me just see if I get the next one. Yeah, I'll touch on a few things. Climate targets, that drives our endeavor for sustainability. Of course, technologies, focus on customers that are a key driver. And yeah, I cannot leave it without talking about incentives and regulatory part that is also important to drive sustainability and innovation. And to frame it a little bit, and because maybe people do not know at BASF or about BASF's innovation machine, it is always about sustainability. It has been so for, I guess, 150 years, or since we've always been there. Because what it says here, resource efficient solutions and business models to decouple growth from consumption of finite resources is so fitting to what BASF stands for, which is bringing sustainable future chemistry involved. Now, one of the things on this chart is important. We spend a lot of money, and 2 billion euros every year, and it is all focused on different areas of maintaining our business, which is also about sustainability, but also for finding something new. And the only thing I want to highlight here is that the customer focus is always in the center of things, because of course, without customers and at the end of the day, consumers, you and I, we will not be able to finance this. Everything else has to fall into place, enabling technologies, digitalization, creativity, and all these other things. With that said, a word on customers, and I link it here to the sustainability drive. If a customer has a choice between different products and can choose one that has more or less CO2 as a footprint, he needs to, first of all, understand and know this. A simplistic diagram that a customer of BASF can have choices. So for all the products we have in our portfolio, we actually give the customer the choice, because we can identify and give him a price tag also on CO2. And that goes all the way from the raw material to the energy included, over the production of our many, many products to the sales product. And I say here, customer demand is a key driver and business opportunity, but it is also one that drives us, because of course the customer's choices. So if we are not sustainable and at the same time innovative, we will lose customers. So this is a key driver as a takeaway. So this product carbon footprint is available for all the products we have. And we of course want the customer to choose ours. That is one point. The other one, is this one. And I do not want you to read all of these different ticket items. What sustainability and the innovation. And this is, of course, the regulatory environment that we are seeing at the moment that is speeding up incredibly. If you look at the Green Deal or the Fit for 55 endeavor in Europe, and this is a selection, other countries like China, US, but also South America obviously have the same type of ambitions. It is all about the different areas, starting from sustainable agriculture, moving to transportation, to energy, to pollution reduction. And what I want to leave you with a message here is these are hard targets. These are not fuzzy targets. It is 50% chemical pesticides reduction. It is a certain fixed number on recycling plastic. It is so and so many charging stations. And at the end of the day, all paying in to the ultimate goal of the Fit for 55. This is the example, Europe, reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 55%. And just as much as very ambitious targets, they are hard facts. And if you transport this to a company, we then take our innovation drive and sustainability to the same level, and we have to focus on these different areas. And there are three buckets how we devise our innovation on sustainability. There's one I will talk about a little bit more in a moment. This is our ambition to come to a net zero emitting company. More on that in a little bit. One is about feedstocks, that is clearly looking at new feedstocks, decarbonizing, recycling, and the like. And if you remember the chart on the Green Deal, it is also about looking at a portfolio. So if we have products that are, for example, identified as potentially dangerous, we see them as challenged, we will get them out of our portfolio and substitute them by what we call accelerator products. And all of these activities are part of sustainability. And I will only focus now in my talk on the left-hand part about the net zero part and CO2. Here's a snapshot of where we come from, because this is not new for BASF, as I mentioned. And here's the last 30 years. It was already good news. We achieved quite a significant reduction of greenhouse gases, moving from 14 million tons of emitted CO2 and greenhouse gases to currently 22. We are still a heavyweight with 22 million tons because we are an energy intensive industry. But that is already very good news. It becomes more difficult now when we look at innovation for the future. How are we going to move? And this is our ambition to the next level in 2030, this decade. We want to reduce it by another 25%, which means 6 million tons of CO2 less every year, and finally to net zero. So we want to, when we articulate these targets in our reports, want to make it 10. And I will give you a flavor about what this means, only using one or two examples, because there's not enough time to say what this actually then entails. And to start with, consider BASF as one big company, a big black box with many, many facilities, around 300 production facilities worldwide. And in a very simplistic picture, this is BASF in a nutshell. We use 44 million tons of raw materials. This is mainly fossil, gas, oil, coal. We use the air, that is in principle free, oxygen, nitrogen. We lose a lot of water for cooling purposes, but also for chemistry. And yes, it is a very energy intensive procedure to make all these chemicals that we do. The problem that we have, and we don't deny this, and this is something that we work on as shown, is that we make the 22 million tons of CO2 as we do this. And the message here is 50% comes from chemistry, and the other 50% is the use of energy. So understanding that sets us on the right, let's say, target to reduce further CO2 with our innovation. And what I've also shown here, because I talked about the product carbon footprint, is this the sum of all products that we sell is shown here. This is kind of the molecular formula of BASF. So we are still a carbon company, so we cannot decarbonize because our products are made out of carbon, but we are also a hydrogen company because we, you see here, use a lot of hydrogen in our products. And that makes them very valuable because without hydrogen, we cannot make the chemistry that we do. And I want to create the link to hydrogen. Why? Because without this, we cannot actually really focus on what we need to do to decarbonize, because hydrogen ultimately is one of the key emitters in the industry. And to give you a flavor, because everybody seems to now come up with hydrogen and the like and find solutions for the future, just to put this into perspective, hydrogen is used worldwide around 70 million tons. And you see here the global usage: ammonia feeding the world, all the agriculture, refineries, the beginning of our value chains, methanol, a huge product, and thousands of applications. But you do not see mobility here, and you do not see heating, because hydrogen, and that is very clear, is far too costly and far too CO2 intense to burn. And the reason is very simple: if you make hydrogen, you make CO2. And that is why our ambition has to be to reduce the CO2 output of hydrogen. That would be a huge lever, not only for BASF, but for the whole industry as an innovation for sustainability. So for BASF, the challenge is very clear. We are a huge user of hydrogen because of our value chains. And you see here, we use 1 million tons. So we're a big player here. And if we innovation that can change the CO2 output and get away from the 700 million tons of CO2, we would be doing something really good for the environment and change the whole setup of the world. And that is the topic I just like to give you as one example of innovation of sustainability. And maybe a little bit of technicality for those of you who are not chemists. Why is hydrogen such a, let's say, CO2 intense technology? And you see it on the right-hand side bottom, steam reforming. Methane plus water and steam makes 10 tons of CO2. That is why you have this factor of 10. Remember, the 70 make it 700, but it is a very low energy intensive process. So the whole world is making it like this, and we tolerate the CO2 at the moment. But in the future world, this is not possible. So we have to move to a different energy source. We cannot burn the methane. We have to use what is on the left-hand side, electrification. So it is all about electrifying the industry if we really want to make a change. And that will give you a potential to make a CO2 reduced or CO2 free hydrogen. And you all might know the water electrolysis, but there's an alternative methane process. A quick word about both. The water electrolysis is great because you use water and everybody likes it because it seems to be very green. The unfortunate fact is that you need 10 times more energy than the steam reforming. You see it here. And this you cannot change. It is the thermodynamics of the reaction. So this will only work if you have CO2-free renewable energy. There's an alternative. You still work fossil, methane pyrolysis, and then you use only a fifth of the energy, only 10 megawatt hours as shown here per ton of hydrogen, and you split the methane into its components, the carbon and the hydrogen. So this technology seems to be a good alternative because it is energy efficient, low CO2, and much better than the steam reforming. And all of these technologies are pursued by BASF. I will just give you a flavor of the methane pyrolysis. And as part of our innovation drive for the last 10 years, we have been working on a totally new process because this is not possible today. And we are quite far here in a process where we use renewable energy, we use natural gas or even biomethane, which would make, and split the methane into its components on a so-called moving bed technology. We have carbon, it is heated to about 1,200 degrees electrically, and it makes hydrogen CO2-free and solid carbon. And at the moment, we are doing this in a startup mode. You see here a mock-up or a picture of the plant. This is the real plant where we are doing this. Message here is also, apart from the beauty of this reaction, is that we typically, because it is such a big challenge, that innovation today will only work with partnerships. And there are many more examples when we try to electrify the fundamental chemical industry, be it the steam cracker and electrified or other uses. So we are hoping that by the end of the decade, we will have a commercial plant ready here, or a number of commercial plants, in fact. That was just the one example I wanted to give you on sustainability and innovation. But I think you understood that it is all about renewable energy. And if you do a prognosis about innovation and driving of innovation and sustainability, it is all about energy transfer. And this is what a message I want to leave you with. And I gave you the example Germany. It is true for nearly all countries. Today in Germany, and just as a rule of thumb, Germany needs around 500 terawatt hours of electricity. It is a mix of fossil and renewable, actually becoming more and more renewable. That is the good news. But if the industry hydrogen, if we go to electric vehicles, go to electric heating and others, there will be a huge demand for the renewable energy. And I think everybody knows that. And then the question comes, we can only decarbonize and reach the targets and ambitious targets we have in the Green Deal if we have ample amount of renewable energy, and it has to be at a reasonable cost. That is one guiding principle where we have to make sure that this happens, because the technology piece will come in later. The alternative is to use energy as a carrier, not electricity. And here's a sketch of the German hydrogen grid. It is very small. It is not expanded so far. And some of this isn't even built yet. So if we want to use hydrogen as the ultimate clean energy, we have to build up the infrastructure. The message I want to leave you with, if you want to truly innovate, you don't only need a technology openness, you need a grid, you need a different renewable energy other than fossil, meaning even in a small country like Germany, huge investments need to occur. And from a company point of view, we would want to back integrate to make the technology reasonable. And only a snapshot, it makes a lot of sense for companies, and BASF is not on its own here. Refineries are doing this, etc. Is a need to back integrate into wind parks, solar parks, and the like. And here are two examples where BASF is clearly setting a stage by back integrating into renewable energy, transporting it to the chemical site, and then transferring it into carbon-free products. This is more or less the ultimate goal. And you see here two examples, a future to be built plant of RWE and an ongoing one with Vattenfall, which links us to renewable energy. And we then, with examples like the methane pyrolysis, electrify the chemical industry. But it will be a competition. And I think this is important if you have to understand that we should take the technology that has the biggest impact in terms of CO2 reduction. That is driving us. And because of time, I will wrap up now. Very clear, customers drive us. I already mentioned that. Skill drives us. We need openness to go to climate neutrality. Many technical solutions are there. It needs heavy investment. It needs a lot of research. So this is where the innovation kicks in. Not only the idea, but we have to invest into scaling. It is all about electrification with renewable energy. If we don't get that, it will never happen. You need political support also on the infrastructure. And let's be very honest here in this group, and I think most of the industry players know this, sustainability comes at a price because it is a huge transition, meaning the willingness to pay of customers, of consumers has to be given. I could only touch on a few things about innovation and sustainability. We do talk about electrification, batteries, and many other things, catalysis, at least the research department I have, but I hope that gives you a flavor of how we focus on the many aspects that sustainability has. So thank you very much for listening, and I wish you a good conference to continue.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Detlef. Eu acho que foi fenomenal a sua apresentação e deixar claro como é que a BASF desenvolve inovações sustentáveis e qual que é a importância.
Thank you, and this is very important, and so now we can understand how BASF develops sustainability and the process cycles and the transformation that happens inside the plant. This was very interesting, and you showed us a little bit what we are seeing in the next panel. We are talking about green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is one of the possibilities for the global decarbonization, and this is a huge asset because it's abundant, it's a clean process of many other factors. And the importance of green hydrogens in Germany and in Brazil is going to be highlighted because Brazil could be a huge producer of green hydrogen, and Germany could be a country with a big demand of hydrogen. This partnership is very important. So this green hydrogen and the technologies is going to be highlighted by Tobias Birbe, Sales Director, Fertilizer and Methanol from ThyssenKrupp, Germany. So you have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. And I hope you can see my screen.
Seen.
Okay, good. Yeah, so my name is Tobias Birbe. I'm employee of ThyssenKrupp Uhde, here located in Germany, Dortmund, and I'd like to bring you our Power to X solutions closer to you. Yeah, I'm belonging to ThyssenKrupp. ThyssenKrupp is a large industrial company here located in Germany with 100,000 employees. And my business area here you see is a business area plant technology where Uhde is located, and Uhde is a 100 years old company being concentrating on chemical solutions. And going closer into this, it's not only showing this in more detail. It's about hydrogen, ammonia, and methanol we take care of, but we also look to electrolysis technology with a large reference base, but also coke plant technologies take place. But you see there's also refinery and tank storage facilities. So especially the blue highlighted ones, these are the ones where which are quite important also for the Power to X solutions. What are the key drivers? I think you are well aware of. This is first of all, one driver is definitely our citizens who are looking for climate change, stopping the climate change. But we see also commercial drivers, for example, that the cost for solar and wind power have drastically fallen. Cost for electrolysis have been fallen. We see the political drivers that we need to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. We're talking about CO2 taxes on imports here in Europe. And we also see the debates of increasing the CO2 taxes in future. So all this is driving actually the change towards green and sustainable solutions and making them more attractive also for the industries. To give you a flavor, where are the best locations for Power to X solutions, I'd like to show you this slide. You see, especially for South America, there are very good preconditions for renewables and then also for downstream Power to X solutions. And the key drivers I'd like to give this also this to you. These are actually the high availability of renewables. These are very important. A low electric power cost to make the projects feasible. And when I talk about low electric power cost, I talk about less than $30 per megawatt hour. The implementation of CO2 taxes is definitely also a driver. Transport restrictions or carbon capture storage availabilities or carbon capture utilization availabilities. So all this is driving the Power to X solution. Different potentials are different way forwards are possible. So when you look for the electrolysis, you can go downstream just for hydrogen supply. But in case you have also CO2 available from a coke plant, from a steel plant or whatever, then you can also go down the path for methanol. In case you go down the ammonia part, you simply need air and water and electricity. The projections are quite promising for green technology, especially for ammonia and methanol. And we talk about a market size increase of 4 to 10 times to the current market size until 2050. So it's a huge potential. And then it's very important when you are in the best location. Yeah, starting with the electrolysis, here you see a picture of a chloralkali electrolysis where we have 50 years of experience. I'd like to dig deeper into that. Right now, it's a alkaline water electrolyzer, which we offer to the market. It's with 10 gigawatt installed so far and a long history. Important now is to have large manufacturing capacities in order to ramp up this business. And there we have quite good preconditions to support you as a customer. And right now we're talking about 1 gigawatt manufacturing capacity, and we are further improving that in the next years. Some key figures you see on the right-hand side. I'd like to highlight the fully automated operation, which makes it also quite interesting for you as a customer, and also for newcomers in the business. It's also the point of standardization and modularization, so it's quite easy to install. And I'd like also to mention, especially when you're looking for renewable-based electrolysis, it has to be flexible in operation, and this is exactly what this plant is doing. But I also like to discuss about ammonia and methanol. It's one part is the hydrogen. Hydrogen is nice, but the biggest issue with hydrogen is that you can't transport it, yeah? Or let's say it's quite costly to transport it. And then it makes sense to further convert it into ammonia, or in case you have a CO2 source available, to convert it into a green methanol. And here I'd like to highlight that we are also looking back to a long history in that part. And we simply combined actually our fossil fuel-based ammonia and our electrolysis to come up with a green ammonia solution. And this green ammonia solution, the good thing is it is simply a fully integrated solution, and it is already today ready for large-scale solutions. So it's nothing we have to go into an R&D or whatever. It is simply available on the market. We are talking about 2 proven technologies which we combine into one. And that's quite important in order to start now with the transition into the new era. What we offer is 50 to 5,000 tons per day, and standardized solutions, as we see a large, a huge advantage in going into a standardized solutions for a ramping up market. To see the difference, actually, all you need to do is between a gray and a green ammonia plant is to exchange the ammonia front end, which is fed by natural gas, by the electrolysis and an air separation unit. That's it. The ammonia synthesis remains pretty the same. It's a Haber-Bosch process which has been in operation for 100 years and longer. So well-proven technology. Let me also spend some words on the methanol. Also methanol, ammonia and methanol, both are base chemicals which are already used in the market. Ammonia primarily for the fertilizer market, and methanol also. But both chemicals are now also a discussion for being a maritime fuel, but also being a very good energy carrier, and which is quite a lot competing with hydrogen. And when we talk about South America, we talk typically also about energy export, and then ammonia and methanol both make sense. So in case you have a CO2 source available, then let's also talk about methanol. So also here, it's the same structure to combine the experience we have over the past decades and combine it into one green solution. So first of all, starting with the methanol, we look back to two references we have built in the past. Then the topic about carbon capture. So to clean or to treat the flue gas, for example, from a steel plant, from coke oven, from cement, limestone kilns, or whatever. So everywhere we have CO2 available, it's worth to check whether this can be extracted and can be utilized for green methanol production. And again, in order to have the hydrogen available for the methanol, you again need to get the electrolysis on board again. And also here we're talking about a fast ramping up market. So 4 to 10 times, it's the same as for ammonia. And there we also need to discuss about, or we need to provide standardized solutions and also large scale solutions. So we're talking about designs up to 10,000 tons per day in order to get this market ramped up. Also here, just to see the difference between a conventional methanol plant and a green methanol plant, it's quite easy. The conventional route, it's a syngas production hub and the methanol synthesis. So we make use of the methanol synthesis and we attach upstream of this methanol synthesis, the water electrolysis and also the carbon capture or the flue gas treatment unit in order to get the CO2 for the methanol production. Most important, and then I'm also at the end of my presentation, but I really like to focus on that point. When you talk about renewables, you talk about fluctuation. You talk about being flexible. You talk about availability factors and about fluctuating power prices. And there it's really important, to take care of the integration of the plants. The electrolysis unit, for example, is a unit which is fast reacting and which can react fast on power price fluctuations. So in case the price is high, that you ramp down the electrolysis and vice versa, and which can also fastly react on availability. That means also that you have to have a hydrogen storage in place in order to cover the fluctuations. Why? Because the downstream chemical plants, they are not that flexible in operation. So you need to have a certain hydrogen storage in place, and this has to be optimized in order to have the optimum for CapEx utilization. And this is exactly what we do. And this is the first step, typically in the project development phase, that we focus on the optimum of this plant for your specific concept. So what we need is a power price, the power import profile, and based on the power import profile, we optimize the plant CapEx-wise and also find the sweet spot in order to check the feasibility of the overall project under the current conditions. So that's quite important to know. And in case you want to step into that, feel free to contact me. I would really love to support this way forward in order to drive the sustainable and the sustainable solutions and also in South America. That's it from my side. And thank you very much for joining this nice discussion. And I hope that I could convey the message to you. And hopefully we hear from you again. Thank you.
Sr. Tobias,
Thank you, Mr. Tobias. ThyssenKrupp is an enthusiast and advocates very much green hydrogen for global decarbonization. And even here, Paulo Varengo was here, and even Luis, they are super participative in this topic, and it's very positive to have you here with us in this Congress. Thank you very much for your presence. And now it's important that we make it very clear, perhaps also with the presentation of Tobias, but hydrogen is a very important asset for everybody, especially for the relationship Brazil-Germany, where Brazil is one of the countries with the best condition for the production of green hydrogen because of the cost of renewable energies and all the amount of industries that we have that are big demanders of this topic. And Germany counts with different technologies and they are big consumers. So this partnership is a win-win situation. And we as the chamber, together with our company members, we are involved in this with a series of initiatives. And in the past months, we even afternoon have the hackathon about green hydrogen with Symantec in Bahia. We had a workshop with entrepreneurs and the business community to show the challenges and bottlenecks to promote green hydrogen in Brazil. So this is a topic in our agenda, and more will be present in it. So we closed then the block impact business, and in this block impact business, we showed a little bit more general issues related to innovation and sustainability. And in the afternoon, we will have discussion about open innovation. And in this block, we have three main movements. One panel with major companies that are already tackling on open innovation in Brazil, and even through our chamber, we will be announcing the startups that were selected for the Startups Connect program. And at the end, we will have a matchmaking session between you participants in the event that are attending this program through the hop-in, and also the Startups Connect. Please join us in the matchmaking, and it will be available at 1:00 p.m. Those who are in the hop-in, click on the left on your screen on the work network, and there in network, you click on join meeting. Automatically, you will get in touch with the other person, and this person will be a startup rep in our program. So we have some rules in this matchmaking where the participants, VIPs or not, can only talk to startups, and startups can only talk to the other participants with the objective of promoting business among you and promote open innovation. In addition, also in this afternoon, as a first action of our afternoon, we will have a workshop, and this workshop will detail SDGs and business cases, how the companies can add value to their businesses through the objectives of sustainable development that are determined by the UN. So the Global Pact is the best one to talk about that. We have a partnership with them. We have a course with this title, SDGs and the Business Case. Then you will have the opportunity then to follow up this 45 minutes workshop to understand in practical terms how to add value through the goals of sustainable development. So we return at 2:10 with our panels and the presentations of the startups and the program Startups Connect. So use this moment for networking, send questions, send your questions, follow-ups in the social media, the German Chamber, and Instagram, LinkedIn. I will be more than happy to talk to you. See you later. 1:15 we will return. Thank you.
Estamos de volta. Teremos agora nosso workshop ODS as Business Case com Pacto Global.
Hi, we are back. Now we have our workshops, SDGs, business cases, to help our companies to understand how to use these goals to add value to your business in compliance with SDGs. And I would like to invite Carolina from Pacto Global, and she is talking a little bit what Pacto Global has been doing and how we can work together in this very important topic. At 2:10, we will continue with our panels. We will have a panel about open innovation. We will have the pitch of the startups in the 6th edition of the program. And for the participants that are in hop-in, we have the matchmaking. So we will have the most important startups here from Brazil confirmed. So now you can leverage more your open innovation. And now I would like to give the floor to Carolina from Pacto Global. Yes, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here today to talk a little bit about sustainable development and how this agenda can be developed by the companies and being a slot. I am Carolina, as you have heard. I am a business case manager for SDGs in Pacto Global. I will talk a little bit about Pacto Global. If you cannot see me, I'm a white woman. I have brown hair, and it's now first I will explain why I am here. I am here because I work at the Global Pact of the United Nations. That's a global initiative. You probably already know this Global Pact. Perhaps you're already part of our network. And the companies align their business and global goals. We are a responsible business network aligned with these values of the United Nations. It was created in 2000. We are 21 years old. We are expanding our work because we want to encourage companies not to be only responsible, but to cause a positive impact. In 2015, we started our global agenda of sustainable development, and now we have the role of the partner of companies. We support companies to work in a strategic way with these goals. We are more than 18,000 organizations in our network on the whole world, in 160 countries, and we have 70 global networks. Here in Brazil is our mission to mobilize companies and organizations to integrate SDGs in their strategies, and that's why I'm here to talk to you. I want to show you what are the SDGs, what are the steps we can go to work in an objective way. As you will see, SDGs bring the most important challenges as a society and as a planet. These are a lot of goals, and with these goals, we can get new business. I want to show also business examples, how companies are working with this and how companies are integrating innovation. So here in Brazil, we have a pact of more than 1,300 companies innovating together with us. And we are recognized as the most important sustainability initiative for companies. And before we start, I would like to understand a little bit about you, who is participating. What do you know about SDGs? So if you can, I would suggest to use your cell phone to scan the QR code on your cell phone, and then you will get to a research, and there we can understand if you already know the agenda, if you're starting in these steps to understand a little bit, and then I can adapt. Of course, I can adapt a little bit my talk, because if you're already specialist, then we can go from a more advanced point. I will give you some seconds to answer these questions. And who wants to make some questions? If you want to ask some questions or make some comments in the chat, you can do it already. So I will stop sharing my screen just to see your comments. I have already the first answers of the survey. Most know the agenda very superficially. Some knows quite well the agenda. And so if you know quite well the agenda, you can comment on the chat and you can help me here. You put your comments or links or information, because this is a platform for interchange for all of us. And some are having the first contact with the agenda. So most of all listeners know the agenda superficially. So I'm sharing the screen again, and you will leave this event as an expert. So here we have the SDGs, and they have this Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. This was agreement from 2015 with 193 countries. I have some trouble with the connection. I cannot hear Carol Passi.
She stopped.
Olá, pessoal, tudo bem? Tivemos uma pequena questão técnica aqui com a Carol.
So we have some technical problems with Carol. We will re-establish the connection, and I would like to have a 3-minute break. We have a 3-minute break, but you can already ask your questions on the chat. You can already put your comments, and we will answer them. So just a very short break, 3 minutes, to tackle our technical problems. Thank you.
Olá, pessoal, estamos de volta.
Okay, we are back. Everything is working again. And then I will give the floor back to Carol to continue the workshop. Thank you, Bruno. It's Friday. Friday's internet is already a bit tired. I'm sorry for this. And as I said, what are SDGs? They are part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development agreed upon by the United Nations companies. 193 countries discussed for months and years about this most important goals, and they reached the most important goals for 2030 to have a better world for us and for future generations. So if we see here, we have no poverty, we will have a decent work, innovation, climate change, gender equity. So a lot of topics you already are working with, topics that are already present on our day-to-day work. So this is the SDG agenda that shows the challenges we have as society and as a planet, so we can tackle them together. And this agenda is an invitation for the whole society to work. You here and working in events and companies, government, I am very sure that if you look at these topics, you can say, oh yes, that's what I'm already doing, or this I do, and here I already have my impact. And you are having impact. So the difference is that we are showing goals to improve, and the agenda sees these goals in a linked way. So there's no way to achieve one of these goals, responsible production or climate change, without solve the other goals. So if we say the SDGs are our north to find a more sustainable society, and even for the economic recovery after the pandemic. This is a very short, very short overview. You can work with these goals, with this agenda, but more important is this is not being developed out of nowhere. It's based on many publications and many work we have been doing since 1973, when we started talking about sustainable development. So environmental questions need to be linked to economical growth. So these 3 points have been linked, and who works with sustainability knows that we have 3 pillars here. We have one, some important step, our common future, Rio 92, this was also very important, and the Rio plus 20 years after, when we started designing the SDG agenda. So a lot of history to reach the 17 goals. And I would like to talk about this 169 targets, because when we look at the goals and say we are already working with these goals, but we have also the targets in these goals. So in your companies, you need to understand what are the important goals and which targets you can use to contribute it. And we do this in the governments, nationals and subnational governments, and also the civil society and the company. So General Secretary of the United Nations said that this is our global attest. So we can reach these goals only if we work together. And other very important points are they are integrated and they are not divisible. These are two very important points, because if we want to work about climate things, we need the same energy level. So this is the mandala of the SDGs to represent them. And it's not only because it's cute, but this mandala has the same value as the goals. Another very important point is that we don't want to leave no one behind. So we need to work first of all with the more vulnerable people, Black people, indigenous people with special needs, which impacts they suffer with these goals. And for example, in innovation, you can, in an organization, you can have gender equality, but sometimes if we compare white women and Black women, the percentage is a bit lower. So these are all important targets. And from 2015 to 2030, but it's also, this goals has also thought about future generations. We won't be able to tackle these goals in the next years, but I think this will be a challenge for generation. So the SDGs are a medium and long-term tool because they have goals and targets, and these are the most important challenges of the society. So to stay connected to the most important challenges on the consumer market, workforce, value chain. So we are here drawing a map so we can work together. And these are the three pillars, as I said, and we have a forum of innovation and sustainability. It's here. We work with sustainability because it's important for society and environment, but also to achieve economical growth. And to work with SDGs is a must today. There's a lot of pressure, and this agenda increased in the last years here in Brazil in the last year, especially because of the SDGs are a way to help to support the ESG in the company. And this is part of the value chain. And with the pandemic, we were able to see that if you work with SDGs, you're more resilient, you can mitigate risks, and probably you have this experience also in your company. That's a way to generate value together in a shared way. We talk about shared value. BASF also talks a lot about this. So we can work together. That's a demand of consultants. And we have a study of SAP that consumers are willing to pay more for services and products that are sustainable, and you can add value to the company. And important is we can have the opportunity to launch new products and services. What we need to do for new products and new services. And we see a world that is asking for a new role of the companies. More and more, the consumers, the employees, and also the investors are asking the companies for a purpose. So, and companies need to redefine their success based on the purpose. So they want to develop solutions for global challenges, the challenges that are already in our agenda, and to have a leadership for us as human beings. And before I continue, I would like to do another survey. In which phase of SDGs you are? Do you already know the ODS, the agenda? If you already have the goals, can you please answer the survey? I'm not sure if you were able to answer the survey. I just leave the QR code here for you. I will give you 30 seconds. So we are talking about the steps here, the steps in the Global Pact, and the steps are already in the answers about the indicators, the integration on the day-to-day work. So let me see. Most of you are still trying to understand the SDGs and then the priorities. Yes, that's great.
So continuing, we know that we need to do something to our current status. And how do we do this? And then we say that we have to work with the integration. How we're going to do this? There are three main principal ways. The first is to integrate these targets to the business. And then I explain why. Because if we do a simply 2-4, as you are doing with some objective of the agenda, it would be very superficial and transformation wouldn't be achieved. So for instance, if you're a sanitation company, how can you see if you're all working with SDGs, 6, and being a company, you will see that you can be connected with SDGs 8, right, which is the economic growth. But if you're going to bring the broader view with all the impacts for the company, you can see that you still don't have women in leadership positions. So to integrate the objectives to the business allow you to generate a transformation through the company. Another example that's something even more cruel, right? And many companies believe, a few, every time fewer, that those who work with sustainability work also with social accountability. And they centralize this in an initiative of social accountability, either through a foundation or a project that gives support. An example of a major bank. We see that big banks, they work with some kind of impact, but a way that the bank can change society is when they stop to think what kind of investments they provide, what businesses they are investing. If they're a big bank, they can think on their operations, how many women they count in their payroll. And so when we bring SDGs to this business, we need this holistic vision. So we always recommend through these methodologies that the first step to work with the agenda is to integrate this in the organization daily activities. Also, can develop innovative and disruptive solutions to contribute to the 2030 agenda. And we have together with us some startups that started with this objective to contribute in any of these fronts. We have fintechs with education, with health, so to develop new solutions to contribute to society's development is a way of contributing with SDGs. And in addition, this has to be part of our operation. And of course, the third point is that what you can do is to disclose the Agenda 2030, to spread this knowledge, to make people understand how they can work and help. And even in the pact, we talk about a campaign for awareness of SDG, which is the SDG Cooperative. You can come to our site and you will see there on the first pages, it is something that you can share for your organization in-house audience. Going for the first point so that we can give more details, I have no expectation that you leave here providing spaces, right? But I hope that you understand that there are methodologies to integrate SDGs in this business, and they are these spaces. Many of you are getting acquainted with SDGs. This is the first contact. And so it's the first step to know the agenda, understand the importance of the agenda, those who needs more information, to know why it is important to work with sustainability, come to our site. There are several points there. Also, you will find more details about SDGs, about the participation of the company. So this is the first step, to get aware with the agenda. And I am at your disposal if you have any questions. And then we can move forward when we start this journey of integrating the SDGs in your daily activities. The first following step is to define priorities. There is no way you can work with the 70 objectives, 169 goals, without doing this, right? We cannot work with all of them at the same time. Even here inside Pacto, we have a priority in terms of what topics we are going to work with. We work with university, we work with water, climate, and a few others. we don't work with education, because it is important to have a priority and have the necessary energy to move on with these fronts that are more linked to our business. And this prioritization has to make sense to your company. So also demands a path so that we reach this prioritization that goes through the materiality, which is the process through which we assess the most relevant, most material points. And here in SDG prioritization, we have to prioritize principles, considering not only the positive impact your company brings, but also the negative impacts of the organization. And we always bring both kinds of impacts. We cannot run away from that. And we individuals are already impacting the planet and society in a negative way. And before we think in how we can amplify our positive impact, we have to understand what are the negative ones, right? And like this, integrate them in different levels. And then we have the step to establish the goals. So we go from macro to micro. The moment when I know exactly the SDGs that belong to my business, I can look at the goals of the objective and understand what are the goals that I can impact on. It's not just an exercise to from, but it's something deeper than that. And here in Pacto, we also have found the importance of ambitious targets, ambitious goals based on the experience that we have. And we encourage the commitment with transversal goals, common objectives, regardless of the size and industry where the company is. And for instance, a commitment with the climate, which is now very trendy. The commitment with the universities in terms of gender and race, a commitment with a good salary, a dignifying salary, right? And a commitment with transparency 100%, linked with SDGs 16, connected with corruption. So we fight corruption. So I don't know what organizations you work for, but I am sure that these are 4 topics that you can use to connect yourselves. And the 4th step is the integration to the business. So how can I do with this target so that I can embed them in our daily activities, make people who need to pay attention on them, and what has to be a very transversal approach. And the last path is how we communicate our progress. So how do I develop report for the stakeholders, and where I can show very clearly the commitments and how I have moved forward concerning such commitments. So these are a few of the commitments that I mentioned before. I would like to be this the highlight of my presentation. I would like you very much to start thinking if you can work internally with these topics, or even do a diagnosis or showing how you are in your organizations. If you don't know this by heart, talk with those who are responsible for the different areas and see the percentage of women that you have today in the leadership of the company, or how the area of compliance is working. Are you an organization that have a structured compliance area or not? Do you have still this possibility of doing a commitment with 100% of transparency? Another point also is about a dignifying salary. A dignifying salary is not a minimum wage. This is very important to mention. A dignifying salary is a salary that allows the employee and family members to live their daily activities with a coverage of expenses with clothing, food, housing. Different methodologies applied to this dignifying salary. There is no north of this, but the reference here is DIESE, And the DES, it maps the cost of living that we have here in Brazil and shows that the salary of people should be something around 5,000 reais, 5 times greater than the minimum wage that we have now. So in your organizations, do you have dignifying salaries for all the employees, not only for those who are at the plant floor, but until the CEO, and considering the value chain, which is very important. Sometimes inside the operation, we can't pay a dignifying salary, but what about our chain? So this is a movement that we are encouraging in the Pacto, and we are raising this banner so that you can think if you would be able to do this. It's very much connected to SDG 8, where we work with economic growth, and also climate that I mentioned before. Climate, we have all mentioned climate. We have seen many commitments on this front. It is connected to SDG 13 of climate change, and we are proposing to the company a goal of reduction of emissions based on science alike to Society 5.1. And we have initiatives for climate commitment that you should take a look. And now, going to the last part of my presentation, I mentioned before that our ways of working with SDG, first is integrate the business, and the other is to connect it with innovation. And here I reinforce once again that the SGS, they bring this north, they show the main challenges that we have for society and the planet, and how are we going to solve these challenges, how the opportunities for new businesses. Referring again to sanitation, we have half of the Brazilian population without access to sanitation. This is a business opportunity, not only for the sanitation company, but also for others that I will give you examples of. And the pandemics brought new challenges. We are regressing in the map of hunger here. I'm going to show you the map of hunger, more people in the line of poverty. We have big challenges with waste, for instance, and actions for climate change. New businesses that can be started by your organizations. And here inside Pacto, the main initiative that we have to work with innovation and SDG is also a program of acceleration that is called Innova 2030, Young Innovators and in SDG, and with a group of entrepreneurs. And with this program that lasts for 10 months, we expedite the options of business that can contribute to any objective in the agenda of 2030. And in addition, we did a program for young innovators. So those who accelerate these ideas are young people, 18 to 35. And we are always very kind with the young people until 35 years of age. And this is a way of finding new professionals and new skills so that they know how sustainability and innovation are two agendas that are interrelated. And then we do this about the entrepreneurship that happens inside the companies, not only the startups that are bringing new solutions of business inside your own organizations, new ideas, products, and services, are intra-entrepreneurism or intra-entrepreneurship ideas, like the global agent of SDG. And I wanted to bring a few examples of projects to you. We already accelerated 30 ideas, and those who want to know more, you can come to our site, and you will see them there. About Innova, there are thousands of examples of projects to other SDGs. I wanted to bring three. One from Nestlé that was in the first edition of Innova 2013, 2019, and 2020. and their projects called Cocoa Caucasian, is to transform the whole of the cocoa in energy. I don't know if you know, but only 30% of the cocoa is used to make chocolate, which are the nuts. And the shell, it becomes a waste. And the proposal of this group was to transform this shell into energy. So they use this as an energy, which is a cleaner energy. And in addition to be contributing directly to the SDG 7 and SDG 12, because we are an energy, a cleaner energy, and we are reusing a waste that was going to be discarded. They are generating a new source of income for cocoa growers. So they buy this shell from the growers. And like this, they increase their offer, right? And now they also sell the shell. It's a very good project. We won a program of internal acceleration of Nestle. It had been a winner, and it came from a program of acceleration, and they are now on the stage of implementation. So here we can show very well how we are solving this connected to a global agenda. Considering the economic growth, the social and the environmental spheres. Another example connected to waste also, I believe that waste is a big problem, a great challenge that we have in Brazil, and our figures show we recycle a very low percentage of our waste. And it's a product from Ipiranga that they did an ecosystem for waste management at the AMPM shops find at gas station. So they are encouraging waste management through these shops. And it was very nice to see how they joined the program, because in addition to their personnel, they brought one owner of one of those shops to show how we can implement this system. So here we are talking about SDG 11 and 12, because if we are eliminating the waste, we are contributing to more sustainable cities. And another example that I bring is from the company, the construction company MRV, that has this challenge here. And the goal is to build 500,000 units in 10 years. And they already have solar panels being installed in their units. And in Minas, they are using this very well. This includes SDG 6, 12, and 17. And now they are building a system to reuse water in their condos, which is a project of huge scale. It's very complex, not simple. We are changing the buildings and involving several partners here in Brazil, in the world. This is a global program. So we have the possibility of engaging more organizations, companies, and partners of other companies. And with this project, we are including SDG 6, 12, and 17, which is the one for partnerships. This requires many partnerships so that they can accomplish their objectives. So these are a few of the examples, and I would like to invite you to come to our site where you have many other examples of other companies, how they are working with projects, so that you can see what you can do with your organizations. I'm closing here. I don't know if there is any other comment, but I thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. And I hope that you now understand the Agenda 2030, start working with it. And I am at your disposal to continue this conversation via email for those who would like to get in touch. And also the Pacto Global site address is there, where you can have more information about SDGs and what are the tools that Pacto Global has to provide support to all of you. Thank you very much. So thank you, Carol, for your presentation. It was fantastic for the people to understand what are the SDGs and how they can impact the business of the company. And doing a parallel with SDGs and sustainability, today doesn't matter the size and the profile of the company. Every company has to analyze this, has to think about this, because they are more important, and they have to be on the agenda of the company today. So thank you very much. Thank you for Pacto Global. Thank you for your partnership. And also we leave this invitation to the attendees here. The next days we will introduce with Pacto Global the SDGs business case course, a 100% course online, more than 40 hours of content with a very strategic, this choice is for you, showing what you could add to your company in the mid, the short, and long term. So it's a good opportunity. You should join, and then you can bring the SDGs to your value chain and to your company. Carol, once again, thank you very much, and we meet in the next opportunity. Thank you. Come to our course, be attendees. So here you have the tip. So with this, we will have a 5-minute break, and then we resume with our block Open Innovation. In this block, we will have one panel to discuss about the topic with major German companies. We will have the information about the startups of these startups connect, and in parallel, we see the matchmaking that is taking place at Hop In. So you that are together with us at Hop In, use these 5 minutes, go to the area of networking. Here on the left of the screen, you have the icon, click there, click on join meeting, you make your meetings. You that you know who you want to talk to, come to the right of the screen. There you have people, click on the name of the person you want to talk to, or go and search the name, put the name of the company you want to connect with a company of person. Use the tools available for you. Use the most that you can from this digital event and start from now on promoting our open relationship. 5 minutes and we return, just get some coffee and water. Follow us in social media and we come back shortly. See you soon.
So we're back, people, and with our panel Open Innovation. As I said, we have this panel, very important panel with German companies, and also the announcement of the Startups Connected. In parallel, we have a match making with the accelerated startups. So if you want to connect with the startups, go there, click here on the left side of the screen. You can go to networking, and then you can access directly, or you click on the participant of the event. So we are very connected to this topic of open innovation. That's part of our DNA and part of our Department of Innovation. And we want also anticipate the most important challenges that these new topics are bringing to society. And as we already talked about the clean tech, I am again, as we did with clean tech, with the topic clean tech, I'm also here with open innovation. Again, the moderator, we have companies invited here that are connected with the chamber. We are between friends with these companies that are more than 10 years our members. So today we have here Ornella Nitardi. She's responsible for open innovation and ecosystems, BASF. We have Priscilla Cruzati for innovation and digital health from the German hospital Oswaldo Cruz, and José Borges Frias, Director of Strategy and Business Development, Siemens, and Mirella Vieira, Innovation Director at Bayer Pharmaceuticals. Oh, thank you, thank you. This panel will be a very informal panel because we know each other so well. We have such a good relationship. So you can use this time. We want to know each other because your companies have some experience in open innovation. And when we talk about open innovation, we can do this in many ways, not only as a startup, but our focus would be the connection with startups. So to start this discussion and to give you the opportunity to present yourself, I have a very pragmatic question. What are the most important areas and profiles of startups you look for in your company? So what's the thesis you have when connecting to startups? We have a lot of startups today listening to us, and they want to know with which company to talk. And sometimes they really want to connect to a big company. We have a lot of big companies and a lot of startups. So perhaps you can detail what are you looking for. I will start with Ornella, then Borges and Mirella, because that's the sequence I have here on my screen. Yes, of course. Thank you, Bruno. We are between friends, and now let's talk about open innovation. I am a representative of BASF, so I am one of 3 representatives, and I would like to put this in a context. BASF has a long tradition in innovation, more than 155 years. We 110 years in Brazil, and we do open innovation in chemical industry. We have contact with all the ecosystems, not only startups looking for new opportunities. And startups are very good partners for us, and our integration is very rich. So answering your question, as our industry is in a lot of different chains, we have a huge diversity and the relationship with our clients. So this can potentialize our search for innovation and products and services. So we have a lot of different programs, but specifically on Startups Connected, we participate from the beginning. We work with different types of startups and different topics. The topics, we have a lot of horizontal topic, circular economy, nutrition, health and well-being. So we started, and we started with health science, and we are changing for a bigger area. So thinking about profiles, we are also very new. We look from early stage until mature entrepreneurs. So the more traditional, but also scientific. And as I said, that's because we have a huge diversity of challenges, and that is the richest point in our work. So we have opportunities for different stages, for different topics, and we can engage a lot of people in our organizations. And with this mindset, so this is a win-win. Yes, and even if it's a macro and a wide thing, I can be wrong, but when we talk about portfolio or solutions, you look a lot at sustainability. So this is very strong. So independent from the area, the sustainability is an asset, and you look, you focus a lot. Yes, but of course this is a part of our DNA. We want to create chemical products for a more sustainable future. Yes, that's great. So for the startups listening, what Ornella said, our motto is to create a sustainable future with chemicals. And as a mission of a company, sometimes can give you tips to understand how you should show your proposal. Because every company has a mission, a value. So you should look to the sector, to the business area, to the investments. And here you can see a lot of tips how you can pitch your company to get the attention. Yes, that's really that. This is really my topic. Now we would like to listen to Priscilla. Yes, I also want to go context. Our hospital is 124 years old, and in our values we have two important points. One is the tradition, and the second is collaboration. So this is important for innovation. That's nothing new. This is very integrated in the nature of our organization. We launched 2 years ago Innovation Center in Digital Health. That's very new, and that's a fruit of these values I already told, and with a proposal to be not only a support area, but a strategical business unit to relate to the market. Why is this important? Because we are looking for startups on the health sector, but not only for hospitals, because our hospital needs to reinvent and thought about the role in the relationship with the patient. We help our patients not only when they're in hospital, but even after, when they go back home, and how we can support our patients on the long run. So this is one of our roles, and we are talking to companies who would offer solutions in these questions. But about maturity, we have different situations. For example, with our employees, we have an internal incubator, and every idea is being used. For the startups, we really expect different contributions. So with a solution, something that can already be implemented, or an answer for a challenge, we are looking for a solution. So this is a bit strategic. So we, for example, for topics, we are looking for a solution we can contribute. Yes, and what's the profile? Can you define some guidelines? So if you connect if you say, well, I would connect to a startup, so next day you will have a lot of proposals. And of course, it's important to have a profile. And we know that here in Brazil, we have some cultural aspects we think about. So what do you look for in a startup? What's the profile you're looking for? So to put this in a context, what Siemens means, when we look at our history, more than 170 years, perhaps 170 years ago, Siemens was a startup in a garage in Berlin, where the founder started to do his experiences. And all these years, now we have more than 290,000 employees, and we have investments in innovations that is part of the DNA of our company. So innovation is very, very strong for us, and we invested 4.6 billion euro in 2020 only in research and development. So this is, and here we have a model, and Ornella and Priscilla said this already. You need to look at the innovation strategy of the companies. This would be a very important tip for the startups to see if you will have a match or not. So Siemens looks for technological innovations in products, processes, and business models, and that's what Ornella also said, for digital transformation, considering sustainability and focused on the industrial aspects.
And this, of course, we are always looking the value chain that permeates all these segments. And then, Bruno, what kind of technology, what are we looking for? So, of course, I identify myself with what Priscilla said. Despite we being working in two segments that are so different, but the fact that we try to find a complementation on top of what we are creating. We are very curious to know what kind of contribution a startup can bring, and then we are also flexible in the sense of getting those already with MVP and where we can develop on something already existing, or those where we will be able to add our knowledge competencies to reach something new. So we are talking about additive manufacturing, although Siemens doesn't have that. We don't manufacture machines, but we have many softwares for these processes. Automation, robotics, blockchain applications, mobility, connected mobility, where we try to find solutions for electrical mobility in the cities, the electric vehicles, connectivity, cybersecurity, and a series of topics that energy systems in a distributed way, digital twins. These are a series of topics that we are observing. And if any different idea appears, of course, that we believe that we can fit, we can think a lot about it, of course. I believe that is it. Okay, Borges, very good. Thank you. And me then to close the first question, what you as Bayer have been doing with startups. Nice, Bruno. Just like BASF, we have different businesses in Bayer and with different levels of maturity when we talk about innovation and open innovation. But two things that put us together, our three departments here in Brazil, which is the Life Hub, a hub of innovation, innovation, which is the eighth hub in the world, and that connects us strongly with the innovation ecosystems and startups. And the second, which is our purpose. We have the purpose of health to everyone and hunger to no one. And it's here in Brazil. This year we are celebrating 125 years. And as I mentioned, we have three departments. We have the agro, we have the consumption, and we have the pharma. And I am the leader inside the biopharmaceuticals. So more specifically about our challenge in pharma, we have trying to go beyond the medications. We are trying to find services that add value to the systems, trying to make information more accessible about diseases, to look for better awareness of symptoms, to bring more diagnosis, to the advanced diagnosis, maintenance of treatment, going through life quality of the patient, physician-patient relationship. So we are analyzing all the journey of the patient, and even before the person becomes a patient, when we talk about information to the population, we're talking about the journey of the individual. He is still not a patient. So the profile of startups that we are trying to find to follow this journey with us, it's very different and goes according to the therapeutical area. We work with oncology, cardiology, ophthalmology, pneumology. So it depends on the therapeutical area and depends on the objective of the business. So in some cases, we look for scale-ups because we already know somebody has a nice and interesting solution. And sometimes we look to startups, but with more embryonary solutions where we can give them a hand and build together a solution with our needs and with our objectives. So we recently accelerated a startup with you of intelligent diagnosis, and it's a very new topic to us when we talk here about the pharma division, but it's something that is growing and is calling the attention for the other different areas of business, this connection with startups, of leaving the regular suppliers so that we find innovation. Because I believe that this relationship with the startups bring us a time to market point that is very strong to us. We are an old lady, 125 years of age, and if we want to innovate, we have to get connected with those who have the speed and to bring this solution at the hands of the patient in a more effective and fast way. Well, you see, even if the big company doesn't have in their side something very pragmatic, saying, look, this is our thesis of investment in the startup, all the information that a company brings as mission, vision, value, and even the portfolio of the company. What is the portfolio of action? What are the actions we are present? Well, what are the main pathologies? What are the main clinical areas that Bayer analyzes? With this, you can have a very good tip of what is interesting to Bayer or not, even if you don't know if Bayer doesn't have their title saying, we are looking for startups with this and this and this features. This is very interesting because the companies today, and this is a message to the startups in this event, they receive a great volume of proposals. They don't receive only one proposal, but dozens. Many times they come to us so that they can connect to the other companies, and we need to help them to make this filter. So it's important that the proposal is sent in a very assertive way, not only to sending it to those who are interested, but also to send the proposal and customize it in such a way that it makes very clear to the big company what is the value that you're adding. I like to say you can be a very good startup, but not necessarily a good startup for BASF or for Oswaldo Cruz. You can be a good startup for Bosch, but with a different business of other companies. So we need this understanding to avoid loss of time, yours and the big company, and avoid frustrations. So continuing, I will try to go through the journey of connection with a startup. You mentioned the profile. Let's go to the definition of problems. forms of connections, and what are the possible exits. We talk about exit with invested startup, but when you talk about the CVC, about investment, this relationship, what is an interesting next step? If we are the investor and we DNSID, what would be our SCLA? What would be the next moment of this connection with the startup? So my first question goes to Priscilla. And Priscilla, how today the leadership or the management of the hospital has analyzed this topic? Is this something that Priscilla goes there and say, look, I'm going to work with startup, I don't care, I'm going to do this? Is there a strategy behind this? Is there alignment with the hospital, the management, and the rest? Well, sometimes I believe that I live in a parallel world because I don't need to convince anyone in the institution of the importance of the innovation and to work with startups. There are challenges, right? We do a risk plan, a risk management plan. And why do we have here the role of innovation in our projects with the startups? We provide support in the project management. I cannot understand that startup is another supplier. If I have a contract, then I can use the Siemens BSF here as an example. And if I have one of these companies in one relation with us, is one expectation of delivery. With the startup, the expectation is different. I need to provide support. I cannot kill the business. So we are mediators. And then the areas, they come to us to make the projects with startups feasible, not to ask for authorization, but to have this support as a curatorship, both in the solution, in the selection and in implementation of the project. And then we render in the baton. Many of these are support to a hospital in the administration, but most of the solutions where we have worked with innovation, they generate a new product for the patient, a new way of care, and it's something new that we will sell for the carrier, for the end user. So we need the support in talking about exit. The exit is or a spin-off of the solution, or one getting the partnership and the other one accepting it in full, or to have a product that is shared and working inside the hospital or outside in other platforms. So it is curious that today I don't need to convince anyone here. We are institution here, a committee that is of the strategies for digital solutions to be able to receive the internal requests of solutions. Not everybody come with a problem. Sometimes they come with, look, I already identified this possibilities. I would like your idea, your opinion, and your support to work with startup. And just adding a little bit about portfolio of public information for those who would like to check our hospital, and we have innovation in digital teaching. We have a periodic table of innovation, which is our portfolio, and this serves for internal and external communication. So our directors, managers, leaders, and even the other levels here in the organization, because work with innovation in all the different levels, it is very open here. They manage to see in this periodic table what are the areas where we are able to give support and where we have interest. This is good for companies, for internal team, and for startups, and on all these competencies. Question now, and how today the goals and connections with startups exist. Is there any target, any goal in terms of management for open for this strategies for this connection? No, we don't have a quantitative goal of relationship with startups. This is for the management of the portfolio of the Center of Innovation, where we balance the risks. So the important is to resolve the strategic challenges, and then the startup, the relationship with the market is one of the strategies to solve these challenges. But we don't have a target how we have to relate with these figures. It is impossible to remain without a relationship with a startup because of our format. So we will provide support to this. What we have had in this innovation as a target is a part of patents in the market. And in the patents, it can be with or without startup. It can be owned or not. But we have target for the patients, for new products, but not necessarily related to a partnership that comes from a startup or an internal startup that did a spin-off. But we use it with relationships with startups, of course. And it's interesting to mention that because actually, I agree, a startup is a means and not an end. So unless you're an accelerator of startups, it will be a means, not an end. And so you have startups as a tool for you to reach on the objective of the hospital, because we see in the market many institutions that understand the startups as the end and not the means. Say, look, my neighbor is connecting with a startup, I also have to connect with startup. But actually, it's a connection for the sake of it that adds nothing, unless a little bit of marketing. But if you do it wrongly, it can be something bad. And even this tip, because you don't have startup as an end unless you are an accelerator or an investment fund. Otherwise, you are mismatching your portfolio. And now about the problems, identification of problems, and I mean the challenges of innovation that you are looking for. One point that we know many times is a difficulty for the companies is to be able to get close to these problems. When I say problems, people think on a negative side, but in the innovation world, problem is something that can be used or solved. So in the sense of problems, and this is for Borges, this question, how do we do, Borges, this prioritization, this selection? Because on one side, the companies have difficulties in finding these problems, or sometimes they don't know how to prioritize them. Could you tell us a little bit how you understand this? Perhaps Siemens deal with this point. Well, first of all, I like very much what Priscilla said, because there is something essential there for the companies. A startup is not a supplier, it's a partner. So it doesn't matter the size. If you're talking about Siemens and a smaller startup, a startup has to be understood as a partner and not a supplier. Because if you start with the rules that you have today in a relationship with the normal suppliers, the traditional suppliers of the house, you certainly will create a series of problems for these startups, or even killing it. For instance, the criteria of payment where you take 40, 90 days, which is usually the period or the deadline for payment on traditional clients. So we have this in mind. Startup is not a supplier, is a partner, and we have to work in this sense. And another thing that you're mentioning about the problems, understood problems as something that need to be solved and not something negative. And this is what we have preached a lot, Siemens, because of this idea that I mentioned yesterday in the panel, that we try the technology with a purpose. And this purpose is of solving problems for society, for community, for the companies, so that we can make everybody's lives, the processes more interesting, flowing better. And there is a quote that I won't remember who mentioned it or said it, and goes, don't focus on the solution, focus on the problem. So the problem, it needs solution. If you come with a solution, anyhow it is sold, that solution, and you find a problem for the solution to solve, this is the wrong way of doing it. You have a problem, define the problem, and let's work to find a solution for this problem. And so this is what has served as a north in our prioritization of a work with a startup looking for an open innovation. There's the sense Because of my role as business developer, I have a lot of contact with our vertical segments. We work with food and beverage, automotive, chemical. We have some priorities, and we are always talking with these people to identify what are these problems, these concerns that the market has. Certainly talking about smart cities and infrastructure. And because of this, we try to find what we have in-house, either here in Brazil or other countries, or even in Germany, and we try to find the complements that we can have with the startups here. And the model that has pleased us a lot, the great advantage of you in the case of the industrial segment, that we have a plant here in Jundiaí, allows us many times with startup to run the tests or to do a co-joint development in our production line, in our production, with the idea that we can later on, after the results, to find scalability for this in the market. But this is a great advantage, even because we have production. And this is the way how we have prioritized it. And interesting, also what Priscilla mentioned, that she said that she needs to convince no one. In Siemens, I believe, also in other big companies, certainly we have areas that are very fertile in the sense of being able to turn this process more agile in working with startups. Others not. But this is a challenge that we, innovation manager, have in hands with this culture of innovation to make this permeate to all the organization, and certainly for you to bring success cases and turn them public, so as to speak, to advertise them. It's a great differential that will make all areas to get the same level of adherence and of identification with open innovation.
Yes, was a very good answer. We had a lot of interesting points. I would like to, I would ask Ornella a question. Onono is a very interesting thing. That's a co-creation together with the clients. So to solve the problem of the clients in the connection with other partners. You are head of Onono. How do you do this? For example, you have a problem of your client, and we can see this more and more. So big companies that are suppliers, B2C, they invest in the whole chain problem, not their own problem. How did you do this? Well, that's a very interesting to know. Yes, Onono is our experience center, and that is already 3 years old. And we wanted to put the labs nearer to the clients, and also to promote the relationship with the ecosystem, with BASF and the client. We don't talk about problems, and this has been very provocative in the beginning, and this has to do with our strategies. So how, as we work always thinking about the clients, sometimes the problems of the clients are not cannot be tackled with a solution we have in our own company. And then we need to work together with other partners of the system, not only startups, but also other companies, to solve this. And this brought a very important engagement between clients and our internal world. And the result is very, very interesting, because we had a cultural and a mindset change, and that's what we wanted. And for another point that you commented, startups need to be concrete and whatever, and they need to bring the information. But we as a company, we also need to be at the same side of the desk. So startups don't need to be clear, and we as a company can do everything. So now we have a symmetrical relationship. So we need to be very clear what we want, what we can do, and what we can co-create, because it would be very complicated if the startups have clear goals and we not. So, and we are working with clients, and this is also something that, and we try to change things at the client. And as Borges said, that's not a client-supplier relationship, but it's a partnership, because this is not that easy as a client-supplier relationship. That's interesting. Something you commented. You said, well, we ask our clients and we ask what are their problems, and then we go after a solution. And this is very interesting. For example, if you go to BASF and if you ask what are the problems that need to be solved, sometimes it's a bit difficult to find the problems, because you as BASF, you are years and decades working, having a continuous innovation. But sometimes you have other parts of the company. This can be a practical question. So they have their low-hanging fruits. And sometimes if you try to make a sophisticated process with a beautiful name, you forget to ask the client what's his problem and how you can help. Yes, with another comment, that's a problem of methodology. Sometimes we are not structured for the startups, and we need to put this challenge as something additional. So we need to have clear rules, and we need to help, and we need to have the methodology. So yes, that's good. That's great. We cannot just think startups need to kneel down before the big companies. That's not so. That's wrong, because of course there is also the competition between big companies looking for startups. We launched our program 6 years ago. Everything we would do was unique. We had a few actions, but today every big company, every big association has a program. So if we have a startup presenting a solution in a medical area, they can choose sometimes a big company. We have 60 programs where we can choose. So we need to be clear, we need to be objective, we need to have something interesting to offer. So the startup wants to know about intellectual property, the benefit, the type of partnership you're looking for. So really we are not only giving advice here to the startups, we're also giving advice to the big companies. So if you look for a startup, be clear what you want. And so this is a great ecosystem. And Mirella, I have a question for you. Bayer, as you said, is a very big company with a lot of business areas, and you were a bit more focused on pharmaceuticals, but how do you see the importance to get other areas on board with startups since the beginning of the process, so to avoid integration problems? So Can you elaborate a little bit? Yes, I'm listening what Ornella said and what Borges said, and everything we do, some areas that support more and less to asking the accountancy of the last 5 years. This is so common, and I see this in every company, but it is very important to engage other areas. Without the integrated active participation of every part of BIA, this would not go on, or it would go into a traditional flow, and then we would lose the time. Every startup process is a learning process, and we started 1.5 years ago with startups in our company. So a lot of things are new when we talk about processes. So this is a learning process for the contracts, for compliance, the payments, because these are new solutions. We never did this before, and then the compliance rules we have, they are viable for other types of contracts, and we need to work together, and that's what we're talking about. We need to work together, we need to co-create with the startups, we need to be a partner in the business. And in these issues, for example, compliance, the best way would be to show the company how to work with startups, to bring these critical areas into the beginning of the process. So the first time we worked with you, Startups Connected, we brought compliance, the legal department to help choosing a startup. We did a short list. We had meetings. So you need to put each department in the process, and then we co-created solutions, and we got the contracts, and everything was approved. So the areas were comfortable, they were allowed to ask all their questions, and what we are expecting from this partnership. In these, especially in these bureaucratic departments. But when we want to co-create something with a startup, when we want to work together, we need to have multidisciplinary teams, and then we can, because the startups, they are so fast. We ask, how long will it take to have the solution? So next week, they already bring the solution. So they're so quick, and as a big and a traditional company, we were not used to this velocity, and not to get lost in this project. And for us, it was very important that we had a squad for every startup, and then it would be possible to deliver everything very quickly. So we have a team, and the team needs to be committed to get the project flowing in Bayer. But if you ask me if it's okay, if it's working, I say, well, we are still learning. We started with speech planning, review, and managing this project, but we are not prepared, and we are adapting, and the startups are very similar, and they understand also. So they bring their own tools, and they bring their own learnings, their story to connect with us, and to show what we can do together. Yes, this is very interesting, Mirella, because that's what Ornella said. The big company need to be prepared to deal with the startups. So starting with the launch of the challenge and the development of the project. When we talk to startup, we like to do the surveys, and we ask the big companies, and then we ask the same question to the startups. And what startups always say is it takes a lot of time to take a decision, a lot of policies to deal with the startups. So big companies, they give us a challenge, but when they connect with the startup, they don't know what to do. They don't know if they need an NDA, if they need a contract, if they need to talk to sales or finance. This is a lot of trouble and takes a lot of time to take a decision. And then companies lose the deal with a startup. So the big company is very interested, but the time it takes, another company went just close a deal with a startup. So it's very, very important for the big companies to prepare. They need to have structure and resources. So it's not the biggest that would win.
So we need alignment in both parts, because there is a lot of offer. If it's not going right with you, they will going to look for another one, and they're not going to wait a long time, because startup has only that project, that moment, and they really put efforts on that, and they cannot embrace 1,000 sales at the same point. This is a good point that you mentioned. I have a question that I would like to ask now to Ornella and Priscilla, and then the next question to Borges and Mirella. But this question was not in the script. It arrived at our chat. And the question is, what motivates, not what motivated, but what motivates, in general terms, big companies to create their innovation hubs? And Mirella, Borges, if you want to add too. But what motivates, and also if you can also elaborate the reflex of the pandemics on these hubs. It's something complex, but it's important to mention. What changed with the pandemics, with social distancing? So 2 questions. What motivates? What changed when we talk about innovation events? Would you like to start, Ornella? Yes, let's start. So motivation is something very interesting. BASF is a German company, and traditionally you could say that it's a decision coming from abroad and we had to implement. This didn't happen in this case. It was quite the contrary. It was an idea that appeared here from our bold leadership in South America to add the system and BASF together with this cultural change and bring this closer to our clients as well. And then the development was like a blank sheet from the very beginning among collaborators with partners and people outside, how it's going to be the services, the space, a lab inside, and the scientific and sensorial lab inside. And this process evolved. And finally, after our matrix, our headquarters became very happy with this. And it seems that we are very much focused with the relationship with ecosystem. The other projects are different. So this process was very good and helped in the cultural change, as we mentioned. And exactly, that permeated all the organizations in all levels. Now is the point where this is a space of exchange, even with the pandemic, that we are not physically open, but it remained a space of exchange where all new ideas, they appear all the time, which is the objective, of course. But when we think about pandemics, when It was inaugurated, the space in 2019, all normal. And we had a year and a little of presential work there. And many contacts were raised, many projects, many pilots, everything moving as expected. But we already had, in addition to the part of contact with the ecosystem and the open innovation, the part of contents and experiences. And here we have the tools to go on virtually. And also because our scope is South America, that's why we were prepared. So when pandemics arrived, of course, it's not the same. The contacts among people are in different levels, but we were prepared, we were ready with the technology where we already had conditions for remote working. And in the moment when nobody knew exactly what to do, these new things that sometimes we are afraid to test because we don't know how it's going to work, the perception of risk changed and we were bolder. So many areas, many clients came to look for us. And what was very good is that we managed to arrive to many more people because we have a certain space, of course, is big, but not without limitations. But in virtual, we were able to reach more people, more regions here in Brazil. Before, we had to come to the space, but now, like this, we increased our message arrival and our challenges. And this topic of getting more encouraged, even with the risk because of the pandemics, we also see reflected here. I think I answered. Well, thank you, Ornella. Certainly you answered. Priscilla, what motivated you to create a space in Osvaldo's schools? What's your opinion about this? The space was created on the eve of the pandemics, late 2019. So we only know the pandemic's reality, not as a hospital, but as a center of innovation. But in terms of motivations, as I mentioned in the beginning, the innovative tradition is one of the values in the hospital. And no hospital today needs to have a center of innovation that is aligned with the strategy of business. And in the strategic planning of Osvaldo Cruz, as a way of using the value that we had domestically, we had this initiative of creating the Center of Innovation that already starts with a project of the collaborators going to the market. And the first project, which is iconic, is our physiotherapist that created a device using additive technology, our 3D printer for the adaptation of a certain ventilator, a BiPAP, not to contaminate the environment and our professionals when we are attending patients with COVID. Like this, we brought a less invasive procedure with a lot of safety. And without using intubation, we maintained the ventilation of these patients. It was a win-win situation for the patients, for society, for the health professionals. This was our first product in the Center of Innovation. And so you blend what motivates and the impact of COVID. And we are a hospital 24/7. So the essential activities, they don't stop, but they had to be rethought. We changed some flows and services, but we couldn't stop. We had some days of crisis. But curiously enough, the Center of Innovation is part of the crisis committee because it was essential to develop and to face solutions. And even when we talk about solutions, even to make workshops of open thinking to see how we would approach the problem and leave it with a new process. And now we are not having it weekly anymore, but Mariana Peoni, who is our innovation director, she had the chair in that committee to talk about the pandemics in the hospital. This is just an example of what happened because of COVID and innovation. We have several products. We have committee and a support to the hospital, but we are a fruit of this characteristic of innovation of the hospital and of the whole movement of the hospital, not only restricted to service the patients that is in our hospital. No, Borges, please, congratulations, Priscilla, for what you did right in the beginning with Osvaldo Cruz and with this solution. This is interesting because you already start with something in your sleeve, right? It's very important, this delivery. This was even a comment that I was going to make, but we participated in a project with you of Evolve, even with our softwares, to make the project of the Evolve to be able to do the printing. Perhaps is this one? Yes, that's it. Yeah, so it was very nice and we made it available and very fast too, because this is what we needed. Very nice. So, Bruno, what I wanted to say, adding to what Ornella said, this initiative of ours of open innovation, we started understanding what we needed to do, and it's an interesting movement because we also position in face of the headquarters saying, look, we do innovation here in Brazil. We don't need headquarters as traditionally we always needed. But if you think about Siemens traditionally is a hardware producer of a physical product, but with the digitization event a few years ago now, we did a series of acquisitions towards digitization, and this was a major factor that made the increment to innovation more feasible here in the country, to have it decentralized according to the demand, the fact that you work digitally, and then the effect of the pandemics. It's undeniable. I usually say, if there is something that we can say that was good with the pandemic, is that it was a catalyst for the adoption of the digital technologies, either by our clients, and we helped a lot our clients to get solutions that would increase their productivity, their operation in a safe way, with less risk, less interaction among people. We have software today that provides simulation of circulation of people to avoid them to break social distancing rules. And we are able to do this, but this was also important to us. There were a series of projects, for instance, our C-Train, which our training central for clients and partners. It was not able to meet more presentially and started having remote training. Then you can think, well, everybody was in remote training, but for us, we had an additional difficulty. Our training had the assumption that we needed the client in front of our pieces of equipment, remember, hardware. So we had to do this virtually, everything. And how can you remotely place this in the hands of the client so that he can participate and do a series of simulations? This also expedited things a lot. And other initiatives like doing tests and approval of equipment, of panels in our plant without the presence of the client there. So equipment approval tests done remotely and of acceptance as well. Very well, Borges, thank you for the complementation. And this conversation goes so fast, especially when we enjoy the topic. And our time has been up for already a while, but I would like to do a last question to Mirella. The same question that I to Ornella and to Priscilla, even because, Mirella, you are a little more advanced in the sense of pandemics than Priscilla, right? And because Onono was started in 2019 or 2018. the Oswaldo Cruz space late 2019, and by AT Hub in mid-pandemics. I don't know even how you are with this, if it has been inaugurated or not, if you had some events, and I have seen what you have done in this, with the startups, but how did it happen? Because you are doing a wonderful structure with more than 1,000 square meters. But in the moment, on the cherry of the cake, you have to bring all of this to digital. Of course, you still have the hub, but what is happening now? The space is there, Bruno, wonderful, beautiful, waiting for us to return. But it was a big challenge, of course, and this is what you mentioned. The other hubs already existed, or just a little before the pandemic, they had started. And we started officially our hub in November, October last year. Although before it was working operational online, but also after starting the activities, we continued working everything online, waiting that presential arrives. So the presential and the space is beautiful. There is room for pitch, for co-creation, for residing startups, TV studio for recording. So it's a very nice space, but obviously that all work of creating a solution with the ecosystem of innovation goes beyond the physical space. So this is what the pandemics brought. We have a beautiful physical space that will be very nice when we can take people there, but the wheel didn't stop turning. We started investing, we continue, we are accelerating startups, we are bringing startups to work with us and promoting ideatons, and we are on a growing path with the hub bringing more initiatives, more connections, and running everything online. Obviously, I was watching here that André, the Mindfine, is here in the waiting room to enter on the next block, but he was one of the first accelerated startup by pharma and one of the first residing and quote unquote in the Life Hub residing, because until now they were not able to go there in person. But we bring a little bit of what is happening. And so although we are not there in person, we bring this experience to the startup as if we were there. And I bring the example of Mandified that started the acceleration program with us with only one expertise, prostate cancer, and now it's with three specialties with that, cardiology, and today with feminine health. So in my answer here, I tie all the other answers that I brought to you on how we empower the areas so that they can work. So the program of acceleration was developed by the area of innovation. But after these connections with André and the other projects, the areas are empowered and they're moving the projects. So when they need our support, we provide it. And the same way, the Life Hub that support all this relationship. Well, very nice, Miral. I think it's interesting. And certainly this brought other challenges that you didn't imagine in the beginning, but at the same time helped you to create a structure that would remain to the future, because the digital is something very important. And even us as a camera, I already leaded some projects of platforms and hubs and similar things. And when we talk about a hub, they have a physical place as a core, but we don't need actually the physical space. I even rescue what we had with the first presentation with Mark, that was about the creation and management of communities, that in my understanding, we can make a parallel of a community and a hub. I wouldn't even know how to differentiate one over the other without thinking a lot about it, because it's very similar. And if we talk about community, we can separate easily the physics space, because the bottom line, what we are expecting when we talk about a hub, is to have a group of people sharing similar values, similar objectives, and with the intention of collaborating among themselves. So the physical hub, like Priscilla said in the beginning, that startup is a means and not an end. Hub is a means and not an end. We always will have a final objective that justifies the creation of the hub. So it's nice, and with all the difficulties that you had in Maya, probably saved some time that you are already starting without this need of being depending on a physical structure for all your activities, right? Very important. And so our time is up, and I have to close the panel. It's a pleasure to talk with us, and I believe especially on a Friday today that we had some sun here in São Paulo, very nice. So I hope that the participants have enjoyed and learned a little bit, many tips, both for startups and for the companies. And it was clear in the end that it is not a relationship of the stronger with the weakest or anything of the kind. It's a parity relationship, the startup working with a big company and the big company needing the startup. And if any of them are not clear in the information and don't have policies for the decision-making process, this will generate problems for both sides, the startup of the big company. This in the past was a little bit different, but not today. We have to treat them as a partner on the same level as we are. So thank you once again. You are on the startups, and I believe there we will have the announcement of Startup Connect. We will have a 3-minute break, and then we will return to know more what are the startups that will be accelerated by the 6th edition of our program. 3-minute break. Those who are in hop in, connect and come to the networking stations, and those in YouTube, invite colleagues and friends, especially startups that are competing, call mother, father, aunt and uncle. And this is a very special moment, and you take this topic very seriously, and the companies that are investing with us in the program. 3 minutes and we resume.
So, good afternoon. And now we are coming with the award, Startups Connected. And before we come to the pitch, I will show you a presentation to talk a little bit about the program. And this is very interesting to show. So we heard from the company's strategies, practical examples, and now we are going to see the winners. And before I invite the startups, I'll just show what is Startups Connected. This is an initiative of the Chamber since 6 years. It's our 6th edition. And this is a very important program because the goal is to accelerate projects and startups and aligned with the challenges of the companies. So this was launched of the Chamber, and the Chamber is now one of the most important institutions to support the relationship between startups and companies. And for us, this is very, very important because that's a way to know that our work has been generating business for the startups and for the companies. How does this work? That's very important to know. We have the different phases. So the program begins with a setup. So we are trying to look at the challenges of the big companies to do a priority. What's the most important challenge? Then we have a mapping phase where we put the challenge in the market. Then we have solutions. After that, we will have the evaluation, so in 2 phases. First, an online evaluation where we filter the projects and the proposals. And then at the end, we have a meeting with the most important startups, and today we're going to meet them. It's very interesting to comment that after this program, we try to do the acceleration from October until February, and here we make things happen. So to develop pilots between startup, big company, and also we have the help from the Chamber and other partners to help the startups to develop the most important points. And then in February, we want to measure the results of the acceleration. And in the next phase, so we did a pilot with the company to include in the 6th. That's the outcome. To align the next steps of the startup and the big company. So that's how it works in a big big context. These are the challenges: circular economy, BASF, self-care from Bayer, healthy life, a circular ecosystem 4.0. That's a challenge with 3 companies. We have working groups in our chamber, and this was a challenge. We saw that some companies had this demand, and this is very interesting because the startup will have contact with 3 companies and not only 1, but of course needs to answer reports to 3 companies. Big business, but a lot of work too. So then we have here energy efficiency, Osvaldo Cruz, digital health and patients' health, energy efficiency from Siemens, and logistic 4.0 from Voigt. These are the challenges, and we are going to meet 7 startups. Also startup for plastics, and 2 startups are getting the award. And now I would like to invite the first startup to present. So we are connected. We have Hamilton from Energy Brain. Hamilton.
Congratulations, and you are the winner of the GIZ challenge. You have 3 minutes and you can share your presentation. Welcome. The floor is yours. So thank you very much, Fernando. Good afternoon, everybody. So we will be very brief in our presentation. I hope that you can see my screen. And I wait for the signal. I already have a share, so okay, great. So good afternoon. I am Hamilton Ortiz for Energy Brain, a energetic diagnosis tool. As Fernando mentioned, we won the energy efficiency challenge from GIZ. And basically, we know that for the people, for us to work and study and live in spaces, these buildings, they need energy. So the pieces of equipment that we have there need energy. We also know that energy is becoming more expensive, more rare, and it's a more concerning market. And the question that comes is, among so many options that we have in the market, what could we do first? What a manager could do first? And this question made us develop a tool of a remote diagnosis through which we could tell to the manager, to the owner, or to the technician what to do in terms of energy efficiency. So several options: pre-analysis, demo model, paid model, and through them, the manager or the technician with an accessible cost and a remote expertise, they can understand what are these routes, what they can do first, what provides greater economic and technical advantage in the installation of the building. So the interface, we will see the results of the building energetic performance. We will have a journey of survey of equipment and systems, and then he will appropriate of the installation of the pieces of equipment that they have, understand how they can become more efficient and be operated in a more correct way. We do this to increase competition among the business, to increase transparency of the operations, of the management of the technical parts, to generate and qualify job positions, and to decarbonize the economy following internationally accepted methodologies and recognize of energy efficiency. Some advantages, we included several types of projects in our platform, standardized results, reduce the cost with this process, and integrate technical teams in the whole process. We were able to do more than 230 diagnoses in 4 sectors, more than 15 million identified in terms of savings, 2,530 tons of potential CO2 tons of reduction. And this came from the experience that we did cases in the past months with municipalities, with institutions that were private companies, and also with the experience that we had with a consultancy company working in more than 7 years with energy efficiency. We have this team and a technical board that are in the part of efficiency in general terms. I thank you very much for that time. I hope I didn't exceed, and I am at your disposal if you want any contact or you have any questions through the social networks. Thank you very much, and a good event to you all.
Thank you, Hamilton. Congratulations for this challenge. You were selected by GIZ. That's a very important project and could be interesting for other clients or other members of the chamber. And of course, you can offer these solutions also to other companies. And I would like to ask Carlos BioApps. He was a winner of category self-care. You have 3 minutes to do your presentation, starting now. You're still muted. We cannot hear you. So, Carlos is trying to connect his microphone. I believe or André of Mind 5, he was a winner of Fiocruz, and Andre is now a double champion. He won last year and also this year. And Andre, you can pitch your project. Yes, good afternoon. Okay, you can see my screen. Yes? Yeah, that's very good. So thank you very much. Thank you for this, again, for this opportunity. And this is really, it was an exceptional work with Bayer company. As Mirella said, there were a lot of challenges, but we had no lack of engagement. So we had a rollout and on many projects. We are already using the technology. We had a great success last year, and we hope we will have the same success this year together with the German hospital Oswaldo Cruz, and therefore thank you for the opportunity. There is a global problem. The whole world has problems in standardizing the assistance. And when we don't have a standard, we have a lot of risks to lose lives. And to do management, an effective management on whole journey of the patient, we need data. Without data, we cannot have a good management. And on health area, it's very difficult to collect data because the tools are bad. And sometimes if it's difficult to use, people won't use it. And as a consequence, we don't have people to do capacity building. So we are want to improve the usability, the quality of data, and our patients can contribute, and this data is good for capacity building and conscience building. So what we have are sheets, but very optimized for the doctor, for the physiotherapist, for the patient, to do the support. And to do these sheets, we have robots. So this is created very quickly and in a standardized form. So of course we have protocols here for the professionals, also for the patients, where they can just put the first informations to get the best doctor, and even telemedicine consultation. This can be done by MindFi, and MindFi sheets can be integrated with any other system. Many companies recognize our work, and our focus is to coordinate the work, and that's why we are here. Thank you very much. Thank you for the Chamber and the German Hospital Oswaldo Cruz.
Thank you, Andrea. Congratulations. So thank you. Very good. We are going to start working on the pilot project. So from October to February, we start here with this project and with you. So now let's see if we can have the audio from Carlos and BioApps. Carlos, you're there. So can you hear me? So I am connected, right? Okay, Carlos, congratulations for the prize for being the winner, and you have 3 minutes. Feel comfortable to use them. So good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Carlos Braga. I am a physician specialist in family medicine. I'm talking about BioApps. BioApps is a company for humane and coordinated care of people, and we are always at the side of the user in all moments. So we shorten the distance between the user and the health team. Physicians and specialized nurses, 24 hours a day, at the palm of the hands of the people. Like this, we can deliver a continuous health, not only with simple support. We did more than 2 million services in Brazil. And also we were recognized in the last year in several means in the top 10 of the Open 100 startups of Cielo and Century Graves. Our ideal is to provide the health in all the service journey to offer to the user positive experiences connecting with care. The population has a health problem, receive a medical intervention and a prescription of the medications, buy the medication, and then what does this person do? So what do? We contact these people, we deliver a digital insert or digital orientations, and also a reminder for a repurchase. We do the health in several lines of care, and we potentialize the loyalty programs of these people. And also connected to all of this, we provide 24-hour medical care, so that we can put together all the information for these people. So we develop individualized protocols for each profile, for each person, so that we can improve the individual experience and engagement and the clinical outcomes. For the user, we offer this access, quality of life, comfort and safety in all the stages of the health journeys, and for the managers, a better knowledge of the population and providing better indicators. So all the journey of the digital care, we are close to the user. So wherever he is, he will be able to connect with us. He will have access to insert and to the digital information, physician care 24 hours a day, better in the therapeutic adhesion, support for the treatment, even with telemedicine visits, control the products, diets, medications, a multi-professional follow-up, in addition to physician, nutrition, psychologists, and nurses, a decrease in waste and data intelligence. Our team is a multi-professional team. We have physicians, nurses, nutritionists, psychologists, people of development, and the commercial team and marketing. I did the invitation, and thanks heaven we are the chosen ones, and now together with Bayer and BioAbsely, it's go to change health, and I invite everybody to this challenge. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a very good presentation, Carlos. This was perfect because now from October to February, we are working to develop this pilot and have another case of success in the program. And now let's ask another Carlos. If energy efficiency of Siemens, this is also Pix4, that's a vertical company. They already was a winner in 2019. Now you are here again winning with this new department. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for being here. And you can do your presentation now. Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see my presentation? Can you hear me? It speaks great. Yes, can I go on? Yes, you can. So good afternoon. My name is Carlos from Pixgrid. We have been chosen for the challenge of energy efficiency of Siemens. I am CEO. We are from a part of Pix4. We are companies. We work with computer vision, with images. We have a team with more than 50 people, and we had a growth of 250% in the last 4 years. So Pix4 is #1 in the ranking of artificial intelligence, and we were developed for the Pixgrid was developed for the electrical part sector. So for results and remote monitoring, we are in this program. So the benefits is we want to reduce costs, travel costs, increase safety, and to improve the standardization and the precision of inspection. We have solutions for every segment of the electrical sector, since the energy generation, electrical energy, photovoltaic, that's a project we do with Siemens. Then we have also solutions in the distribution grid. And now the solutions, here we have distribution lines, we do monitoring in tiers with a satellite image, with coverage and images, and also with instruction for our teams. So we have a register, we have the app Fixed Flight to do the controlling, we have report of emissions to have the technical analysis. Here we can do a visual and a thermic inspection, also for photovoltaic installations. Then the second product is to cut the trees. So with this car, we can monitor and plan this better than the monitoring of frauds via satellites. So then we can detect the losses with irregular consummation. Here in our PIX, this is our PIX grid team responsible for our development, commercial development and marketing, and also some of our clients that use our products, our partners in development. And together we would like to redefine the management of assets in the electrical sector. Thank you, AHK, thank you, Siemens, for the partnership. And congratulations also to all the other startups here.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Congratulations again. Now twice the champion in the Startups Connected. Congratulations to all you, and together with Siemens, and we've mentioned with Porsche in the past panel, we can work with many possibilities in the Siemens. He mentioned about working inside the plant with partners. So I am anxious to see what you're going to develop throughout this project. And now let's call our next startup, the winner of the Logistic 4.0, people from LogMax. I believe Fabio is already connected. How are you, Fabio? I believe he is on mute. Just check it there, please. No, we can't hear you. Otherwise, we go to the next. Now, there you go. Can you hear me now? Yes, yes, yes. Now we can hear you. So, Fabio, congratulations, and feel comfortable to tell about the LogMax, your logistics intelligence. Thank you, Fernando, for the opportunity. Good afternoon. I am Fabio, and I'm going to introduce to you the LogMax. LogMax is a platform that is specialized in hiring and managing freights for companies of shipment. We provide a platform with an infrastructure that is dedicated, and basically it has the function of working in three pillars. It's the pillar that you contract freights, the management of the deliveries, all the planning and operationalization of the deliveries, and the audit of these freights, trying to identify some undue collection that is issued by the transportation company. The problem that usually companies that are doing shipment happen is because of this analogic relationship. So currently, this fact of everything being done by spreadsheets, email, and phone calls, they cause a lot of inefficiency on both sides, not only on the shipment company, but also on the transportation company. So basically, they have difficulties to identify the problem, bottlenecks, less of responsibility on the cargo, a lot of spreadsheets that occupy 80% of the logistic management. And this is a problem that we decided to solve with a SaaS platform. platform. This platform connects not only the transportation companies, but also our differential like ports, cargo terminals, and the place, and we give us a traceability of the load, decreasing the cost. As a value proposition, our platform delivers simplification and automation of these operational processes of the shipping companies, can able to improve the operation of the people, increase efficiency in 25%, reduce in 5% the cost of freight. How can we achieve this? Well, doing the management of the freight contracts and doing simulations and planning of shipments, tracking of the load, management of the deliveries, audit of the invoices, and a BI to manage all the operation. How does this work? Everything starts with the demand. So the platform receives this freight demand, provides a quotation and the negotiation, always trying to find the best scenario of the best deadline and lowest cost. We do the transporting, manage all the transportation, and at the end evaluates the level of service for that transportation company that was provided for the shipment company. And we work with 3 solutions. So we have a solution that's specifically to negotiate freights, a solution to optimize the logistic in general terms, and a 3rd solution which includes the analytics and also freight audits that are the charges related by the transportation company. These are some clients that trust our work, and we have very broad processes with this company. So railroad transportation, highway transportation, we have several interesting projects with these companies. The platform also have a caveat cockpit, so they can do predictive analysis to inform to the user, to the shipment client, that load is late or can be late. There is also a driver app. Then we close the other end with this, which is that user at one of the ends that's going to delivery of the freight. And this is it. Thank you again for the opportunities.
Thank you, Fabio. Congratulations. Now I would like to call the startup Sucateiro, that's Rafael, Circular Ecosystem 4.0. This is a challenge from 3 companies, BASF, Evonik, and Siemens. Rafael, you're here. Well, first of all, thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to participate on this acceleration, and it was very nice to be with you. I will share my screen here for the presentation. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. So we really want to make waste into opportunities, and a problem was identified that in industry we have in the production process a lot of not used assets, so raw material and feedstock, and then we created an app to connect with this marketplace, with a known technology for this market. So how can we transform waste and opportunities? We have we got into the problems of the companies and developed resources for this. So the pricing is very difficult to price an item that is there for 10 years. So we developed a resource, a way to do the pricing and to give ample vision. So the market, we do the financing of assets, security, we use safe payment, and we have 350,000 views on our site. And this can put on the front page a product that is not used in the company. And so this, we are growing. And also we want integration ways. We want to put this into the industry where this waste is really a problem. So industries, they're ready to just look for profit. And if you have a product that is not used anymore, the industry has no structure to sell these products. So we do this integration in the platform. Here we can see our most important clients that are selling these assets. And now we are integrating together with SAP, Innovation Unleashed. This would be one of our companies. So this integration will be easier, and this process can happen in an automatic way. We are from a company of Global Compact, and we got the awards, and we could avoid 2,092 tons of CO2, and we support the SDGs of, and we have a market of 260 billion real in 2 segments. These are our numbers. We have 116 million products on our platform, more than 2 million users, page views, and we use a provision of 15%, and this is our turnover. This year we had already the same value as last year. These are my contacts, and congratulations to all the startups that are here in the same boat.
Rafael, thank you. Very nice to know more about your project. It's very good that there is a demand. 3 companies identified as a common objective, and there are many others here in the chamber also to tackle this challenge. And now I would like to invite Marcio Weichert, coordinator of the German Center of Science and Innovation, partner also in the Startups Connect, to tell a little bit about the award that they're going to give to one of the startups that is a finalist. As you know, we had more than 30 startups selected to the final phase, and they selected one that will be awarded with a roadshow in Germany. And Marcio will tell you a little bit about this process. Marcio, welcome, and thank you for the partnership. Hello, Fernando. Well, I thank you, Fernando, Bruno, all the team in the chamber for this partnership, not only in the Startups Connect, but also in the Conference of Innovation and Sustainability. Who did the follow-up of the program from the very beginning this year was able to see that the proposal of our category this year was a little different. Actually, it was the same that as we did in the past years, that was to attract a German startup to come to Brazil. This time were not so successful. We found candidates for the category, but we came to the conclusion that several did not qualify according to the requirements, and we didn't identify any that could receive the award. So we reversed the situation as we did in the past with the chamber, and we decided to take a Brazilian startup to Germany instead of bringing a German one here. We were taking a Brazilian on the other direction. So the chamber sent us a list of 35 finalists of the other categories. Out of these 35, we pre-selected 4 that then were submitted to a jury with representatives from the academia, from the university and scientific world, from the business community, from the sector of entrepreneurship and innovation, from DWIH and from AHK. And this jury included not only the people of the companies. In our jury, we try to find partners outside. So we had Antonio Lacerda that you saw here in the conference, the head of Innovation Board of AHK and the Vice President of BASF, Professor Vanya Zulin from the Leuphana University in the city of Lüneburg in Germany, and of OFSCAR, the Federal University of São Carlos, Rodrigo Pasta, who is the director of the Fraunhofer office here in Brazil, and Juliana Saliba, who is a startups hunter in Biotech Town, which is the hub of innovation and entrepreneurship in Minas Gerais, and I myself, Marcio Vachet, as a journalist and coordinator of the DWIH. Our selection criteria differ from the other categories. The other categories, in the terms of impact and innovation, they choose this first. But these are important criteria for us too, but we have complementary criteria where we work with the interface between science and innovation, where the academia world is together with the entrepreneurship world. So we privilege a startup with scientific basis and preferably coming from research papers first realized in a scientific academic world. Also startups in early stage, and we saw that among the 35, many that we saw here receiving awards in other categories are in a more advanced stage. The third criteria was affinity with the topic in our category, the healthier life after pandemics, with solutions for individuals, societies, and the environment. And last but not least, what was the link of this startup with Germany, or the purpose that they have when winning the possibility of going to Germany for a one-week trip that I imagine will be happening only next year, although Germany is opening its doors for Brazilians. And it was a very difficult decision to our jury, and the jury decided to declare also here an honor tribute to a second startup. It's a startup basically composed of students of engineering from the University of São Paulo, at least 2 of them from São Carlos, and also a recent engineer just graduated, and a student of medicine in Unirio with a solution for a remote follow-up of elderly patients. It's the Longhi. So this is a tribute that we're paying to them. We will provide a certificate to Longhi. And the great winner, there weren't many questions among the members of the jury, actually no question, is just like, I don't know, we have another contest called Foreign Walls Lab with young innovators with transforming ideas. And this award this year went to Londrina, Paraná. And here also this award goes to Paraná, also in the area of medicine, but to Curitiba. The 2 founding members are egress students from PUC Paraná. They met while they still were doing undergraduation and graduation. Today, one has master's degrees and the other one a doctor's degrees. And they develop distance examinations with blood collected from the tip of the finger with a fast analysis using IoT and artificial intelligence. And the representatives here today, Ana Alvarez from ILAP. ILAP also has some floor, but she is an egress of a scientific world, and She is still in the early stage. And congratulations, and you can count on us to organize your trip to Germany. First of all, thank you very much. We were very happy. It's an honor for us to be the winners of this award from Germany, and this will have a great impact to the company as a whole. So, as you mentioned, HI is a health tech that started with 5 students doing their TCC and computing engineering in PUC Paraná. They mounted the first version of HI. A few years later, they went to the area of Hardy, where they divide the oximeter. And then on the 2017, they developed and launched in the market the HI lab, which is the smallest lab in the world. Is an equipment with 12 cubic centimeter, 150 grams, can be carried on the palm of the hand, and it is connected to the internet. He uses IoT and artificial intelligence to generate results. And so basically, this equipment goes to the client, to the health professional at the end, receives and performs a registration, a specific anamnesis of the patient, collect a few drops of blood from the tip of the finger. In the case of COVID, does a swab of the nose, and then they have a specific agent for the exam. The equipment makes the reading and send the information to our central lab in Curitiba. The lab goes for this double checking of the artificial intelligence and our health professional that is qualified in a report signed with the validity of a traditional lab sent to the patient and to the health professional at the other end. It's a reliable, fast result, is the tip of the iceberg, and this is connected to the cloud, and we can create an epidemiologic database in real time where we make available to our clients these dashboards where they can make decisions based on the information from the patients, either for epidemiological analysis of pandemics, endemics, futures, or decision-making based, for instance, on the analysis of the results of their patients, of their collaborators. And this can be done both in the public area and the private area. And the mission of the HI, the objective is to democratize the access to health in the same exam that we delivered to an Indian village in upstate Pará. We delivered to the governor of the state of São Paulo. And now we are going to deliver to citizens from Germany. That was, and all the other challenges that come. We are very happy with this award. Congratulations, Annie. You can count on us. Now we go back to Fernando.
Yes, we have Bruno now here because Fernando gave the floor to me. So we are finished with project Startups Connected. Thank you very much. This is a very interesting program. The last 2 years, it was considered one of the 10 most important startup acceleration programs. It's very relevant, and the most important German industries are here. So congratulations to Fernando to lead this project. Thank you, Marcio, for this partnership. We have this partnership with the German Science and Innovation Center in São Paulo. So to take a Brazilian startup to Germany or a German startup to Brazil, this is very important for us because this bilateral cooperation between two countries is very important. So we are coming to the end of the 9th Conference of Innovation and Sustainability. It was an honor to stay these 2 days with you. We had records, almost 5,000 accesses. So for us, this is a very special moment. And together with our sponsors and the speakers and the startups, we are making a difference and we are helping you to serve the future. We have a lot of challenges and opportunities in the future, but we will be at your side for the most important challenges. The Chamber wants to be a partner with you in the future as a company and as a person. So thank you very much. I love this issue. If you want, you can get in touch to talk about this. It would be a pleasure to talk to you. And I want to show you a last video just with scenes of the last 2 days. So thank you very much. Nice weekend until next year.
Será ou de todos ou não será de absolutamente ninguém.
A inovação, ela vai acontecer, querendo nós que aconteça ou não querendo que aconteça.
Como vai ser o futuro? Questione, a gente tem que se desafiar, com os olhos no futuro, mas com os pés no presente.
Que é tempo de pensar o impensável, tempo de reduzir as turbulências, de aprender com o nosso passado, de interrogar o nosso presente para fazer um futuro completamente diferente.
Com isso, tenho a satisfação de abrir pela primeira vez o Congresso Brasil-Alemanha de Inovação e Sustentabilidade. O objetivo aqui é conversarmos sobre essas duas áreas que não podem mais avançar uma sem a outra. O nosso futuro é sustentável, é verde. E, às vezes, nós esquecemos disso, é resultado das iniciativas que tomamos hoje.
Essa novidade é coerente e representa um avanço, pois sem sustentabilidade todo o progresso se apoia em uma base frágil.
Me alegra que o trabalho da AHK, da nossa Câmara Brasil-Alemanha, e que o programa do nosso congresso reflitam tão bem este processo de aprendizagem. Nele, a Alemanha e o Brasil podem aprender muito um com o outro. Eles são parceiros que se complementam. E a nossa Câmara é um excelente mecanismo para colocar isso em prática na vida empresarial.
Então, sim, nós estamos utilizando a indústria 4.0 para a sustentabilidade.
Então, hoje, daqui para frente, a gente não pode mais falar de um mundo, de uma sociedade, de empresas funcionando, sem que as empresas não olhem para a inovação como parte estratégica do seu negócio e não só como algo interessante a ser feito. E principalmente esse olhar de inovação aberta e cada vez mais uma sociedade complementar, somando forças para que a gente consiga evoluir e gerar mais valor para todas as partes.
E aí, para sobreviver nessa era, né, mais digital, as empresas elas precisam se transformar cada vez mais rápido, elas precisam se adaptar a esse ambiente.
É claro, um grande ponto, como investidores, nós testamos e aprendemos com novos modelos de negócio.
Isso acabou, né? Hoje o capital é abundante, o capital para inovação e para na construção de novos projetos, ele está presente na economia brasileira. Não há melhor momento aí na história do país para empreender. Acho que é um momento que nós precisamos da força e do sangue dos empreendedores, das empreendedoras e das suas equipes e contarem, né, com toda a força do capital empreendedor que está surgindo.
Claro, a gente falando de Covid, você imagina que nós tivemos um fisioterapeuta que conversando com uma equipe de engenharia e debatendo com uma empresa alemã, parceira nossa, os três conseguiram desenvolver uma peça, né, que necessariamente ela tirou da fila mais de 500 pessoas aqui no hospital usando um BIPAP. Então você imagina o poder de uma comunidade, né? A simetria que estava aí nos conhecimentos, no desejo e nas necessidades de cada um, mas os três em conjunto conseguiram modelar essa peça.
Encontrar o teu ponto de agregação de valor, onde que você tem o teu diferencial, né? É aí onde você vai criar valor para o teu cliente também.
Mas como é que eu melhoro, né? Como é que eu consigo fazer mais com menos, e esse menos eu consigo direcionar ele melhor dentro dos processos produtivos das empresas.
Tecnologia com propósito. Ou seja, de nada vale uma tecnologia se ela realmente não agregar valor, ela não resolver algum grande problema, né? Ela não trazer uma série de facilidades.
Se eu vou para uma mina, o que acontece? Um caminhão de uma mina, não? Esses caminhões pesados, ele consome 36% menos combustível. Então, tudo isso são ganhos de produtividade que talvez daqui a pouco as indústrias vão definir que países elas vão. Os países que têm uma infraestrutura de 5G ou os países que não tem uma infraestrutura de 5G.
Mas quando a gente fala de um número massivo para realmente trazer uma melhoria de processo, né,
better process and better production, we will need 5G.
Like we have to work with our suppliers. Our sustainability is restricted to its lifespan. More and more, we give a price to these environmental issues. So it's interesting that even the finance part and the purpose that can be separated in a discussion sooner or later, they come together when we look the value of the company that's understood by the market and so on. The Brazilian industry consumes 40% of the Brazilian energy of this size, 40%. And the Brazilian industry consumes 27% of the water in Brazil, 27. And so it's impossible not to use renewable energies in a country that when we have rain, we have the strong renewable energies. And without rain, we have strong renewable energy from the sun, from the wind, from the tides. It's not possible a country not to be strong in a contemporary world with the abundance of technologies that we have available to literally make rain in the world of energy. Brazil has a strategic and competitive position that is huge in terms of potential here and of leveraging on top of this agenda. I believe that I see this more as a potential for Brazil than as a restriction to our development. Today, Brazil is one of the countries with the best position for the production of green hydrogen because of the cost that we have with renewable energies and also because of the number of local industries that I have that will be demanding on this topic. And Germany has several technologies for green hydrogen and is a big consumer. So this partnership is beneficial for both sides. More than 5 participants in 2 days of events. We manage also more than 8 presentations and 7 panels, totalizing 40 experts between national and international speakers and tens of startups connecting, helping companies and other companies to promote open education. So thank you very much to all speakers, to all participants, especially to our sponsors and partners, DBA, the Center of Innovation, Siemens, BASF. Once again, an event of success. Without you, it wouldn't have been possible. Thank you very much. See you next year.